great plains of Shinar, where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and crimson each evening, lived a bustling community. The people of Shinar were known for their innovative spirit and unity. One day, the village chief, a wise and charismatic man named Nimrod, gathered everyone in the town square. Friends and family, he began with a twinkle in his eye. I have a grand idea. Let us build a tower so tall that it touches the sky. A tower that will be a symbol of our greatness and unity, one that will make us famous throughout the world. The crowd buzzed with excitement. A tower reaching the heavens? It sounded like an adventure straight out of a fairy tale. The children danced around, imagining climbing the tallest structure ever built, while the adults envisioned a monument that would make their names legendary. The very next day, the townspeople gathered all the bricks they could find. They worked together, baking bricks in the scorching sun, mixing mortar with the river's cool water, and stacking the bricks higher and higher. Everyone had a role to play. Lila, the village storyteller, painted each brick with vibrant colors and whimsical patterns, making the tower look like a giant rainbow spiraling into the sky. Little Jasper, the town's mischief maker, added his touch by hiding funny messages and drawings on random bricks, hoping to give future explorers a good laugh. As the days turned into weeks, the tower grew taller and taller. It became the centerpiece of the village, visible from miles away. The people of Shinar were proud of their creation, and they worked tirelessly, driven by the dream of touching the sky. One starry night, as the villagers sat around a campfire, old Enoch, the village elder, spoke up. "We are building something truly magnificent," he said, stroking his long, white beard. "But remember, my friends, we must stay humble. Our ambition should not make us forget who we are." His words planted a seed of doubt in some villagers' hearts. They began to wonder if their quest for greatness might be a step too far. But Nimrod, with his confident smile and persuasive words, reassured everyone. "This tower is a testament to our unity and strength," he declared. "We are doing this together as one people." The villagers cheered, and the work continued. But Enoch's warning lingered in the back of their minds, like a faint whisper carried by the wind. One morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, something strange happened. The villagers gathered at the base of the tower, ready for another day of building. But when they tried to communicate, their words came out jumbled and confusing. "Hand me that brick," one worker said, but it came out as, "Branda zat blick." "What did you say?" His friend replied, puzzled. "Zat did wu zay." Chaos erupted as people realized they could no longer understand each other. Lila tried to calm everyone with a story, but her words were a mix of gibberish and nonsense. Jasper's jokes fell flat as no one could decipher his clever punchlines. The confusion grew, and the villagers began to panic. Nimrod climbed to the top of the half-finished tower, hoping to address the crowd and restore order. But even his powerful voice could not bridge the language barrier that had suddenly sprung up. Enoch, with his deep wisdom, observed the chaos with a heavy heart. He called for a meeting of the village leaders, hoping they could find a solution. Through a series of gestures and drawings in the dirt, they managed to communicate their thoughts. "This must be a sign," Enoch suggested, "a message from the heavens that we have overstepped our bounds." The village leaders agreed that the sudden confusion of languages could not be a mere coincidence. They decided to halt construction on the tower, hoping that by stopping, they could restore peace and understanding among their people. Days turned into weeks, and the tower stood unfinished, a silent reminder of their ambitions. The villagers, now speaking different languages, found new ways to communicate. They used gestures, drew pictures, and even developed simple codes to understand each other. Although the grand dream of a tower reaching the heavens was abandoned, the villagers discovered something even more precious: the value of their diverse voices and perspectives. They learned to celebrate their differences, realizing that unity was not about speaking the same words, but about working together despite their differences. The unfinished tower still stands in the heart of Shinar, now overgrown with vines and flowers. It serves as a reminder of a time when ambition reached for the heavens and of the day when words got mixed up. Visitors from distant lands come to see the tower, each adding their own story to the vibrant tapestry of voices. And as the sun sets, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson, the people of Shinar gather around the tower, sharing their stories in 100 different languages. They laugh, they learn, and they grow, united by the timeless lesson that though our words may differ, our hearts can always find a way to speak the same language of love and understanding.
Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled in the heart of the ancient world, lived two remarkable women whose faith and love would change the course of history. Their names were Lois and Eunice, a grandmother and mother duo whose story of unwavering faith, incredible bravery, and boundless love for God would inspire generations to come. This is their story, filled with whimsical adventure, suspenseful moments, and captivating lessons of faith and courage. The sun had just begun to rise over the village of Lystra, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold. Birds chirped merrily as villagers started their day. In a quaint house at the edge of the village, young Timothy was helping his mother, Eunice, and his grandmother, Lois, with the morning chores. "Timothy, dear, could you fetch some water from the well?" Eunice asked, her eyes twinkling with warmth. "Of course, Mother," Timothy replied, grabbing the wooden bucket and heading outside. As he walked towards the well, he noticed a scroll lying on the ground. It was sealed with a peculiar emblem he had never seen before. Curiosity piqued, Timothy picked up the scroll and rushed back home. "Mother, Grandmother, look what I found." Lois and Eunice exchanged puzzled glances before Eunice carefully broke the seal and unrolled the scroll. Her eyes widened as she read the contents. "It's a letter from the Apostle Paul," she exclaimed. "He speaks of Timothy's faith and how it reminds him of our own." Lois nodded, her eyes filled with pride. Paul mentions our faith, Eunice, and how it lives on in Timothy. This is a great honor. Timothy's heart swelled with joy and a sense of responsibility. He had always admired Paul, and to receive such a letter was nothing short of miraculous. As the days passed, Timothy couldn't stop thinking about the letter. One evening, as the family gathered for their nightly prayers, a knock on the door startled them. Standing at the doorstep was a man dressed in tattered clothes, his face shadowed by a hood. "Please, may I come in?" he whispered urgently. "I bring news from Paul." Eunice and Lois exchanged worried glances but nodded, allowing the stranger inside. He introduced himself as Silas, a companion of Paul. "Paul has been imprisoned for preaching the gospel," Silas explained, his voice heavy with concern. "He sent me to find you, Timothy. He believes you have a great role to play in spreading the word of God." Timothy's eyes widened in disbelief. "But I'm just a boy. How can I help?" Silas smiled gently. "Paul sees something special in you. Your faith, passed down from your grandmother and mother, is strong. We must journey to Ephesus to support Paul and continue his work." Eunice and Lois felt a mix of fear and pride. They knew this journey would be dangerous, but they also believed in the strength of their faith. "We must pray for guidance," Lois said firmly, "and prepare for the journey ahead." The next morning, Timothy, Eunice, Lois, and Silas set off on their journey. Their path led them through an enchanted forest known for its magical creatures and mysterious happenings. The trees seemed to whisper secrets, and the air was filled with an otherworldly glow. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they encountered a talking squirrel named Nutmeg. "Greetings, travelers," Nutmeg chirped. "What brings you to the enchanted forest?" Timothy, fascinated by the squirrel, explained their mission. Nutmeg's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I shall guide you through the forest, but beware of the mischief sprites. They love to play tricks on travelers." True to Nutmeg's warning, the mischief sprites soon appeared, darting around and causing all sorts of chaos. They turned paths into mazes, made rocks look like gold, and even tried to steal their food. But Lois, with her wisdom, used her knowledge of the scriptures to outwit the sprites. "Remember, Timothy," she said, "just as God protected Daniel in the lion's den, he will protect us. Have faith." With Lois's guidance and Nutmeg's help, they managed to navigate the forest safely. The mischief sprites, realizing they couldn't outsmart the faithful travelers, finally left them in peace. After days of travel, they reached the bustling city of Ephesus. The city was a hub of activity, with merchants selling exotic goods, street performers entertaining crowds, and people from all walks of life mingling in the marketplaces. Silas led them to a hidden house where other followers of Paul were gathered. The group was a mix of people, from former Roman soldiers to humble fishermen, all united by their faith. "We must be careful," Silas cautioned. "The authorities are on high alert for anyone spreading Paul's teachings." Timothy felt a mix of fear and excitement. He listened intently as Silas shared Paul's letters and teachings with the group. The more he learned, the more determined he became to carry on Paul's mission. One evening, as they were gathered in prayer, the door burst open, and soldiers stormed in. "You are under arrest for defying the emperor's orders," the captain bellowed. Panic ensued, but Eunice stood tall, her voice steady. We are not afraid, for God is with us." Lois, with her calm demeanor, recited verses of hope and courage, inspiring the group to stand firm in their faith. Despite the fear, a sense of peace enveloped them, and they were led away without resistance. The trial was held in a grand hall, with a stern judge presiding. The charges were read, and the penalty for defying the emperor was clear: imprisonment or worse. But Eunice and Lois remained unshaken, their faith a beacon of strength for Timothy and the others. As the judge prepared to deliver the verdict, a loud commotion erupted outside. A crowd had gathered, chanting for the release of the prisoners. Among them were people who had been touched by Paul's teachings and those who had witnessed the unwavering faith of Lois and Eunice. The judge, taken aback by the support for the prisoners, hesitated. "Why do you risk your lives for this man Paul?" he asked. Timothy, his voice clear and confident, replied, "Because his teachings are of love, faith, and hope. We stand for what is right, even in the face of danger." Moved by Timothy's words and the crowd's support, the judge decided to release them with a stern warning to cease their activities. The group rejoiced, their faith and courage triumphant. With their newfound freedom, Timothy, Eunice, and Lois continued their work with renewed vigor. They traveled from town to town, sharing Paul's teachings and spreading the message of God's love. Timothy grew into a wise and compassionate leader, guided by the faith and wisdom of his mother and grandmother. Years later, Timothy would remember the lessons of bravery, faith, and love taught by Lois and Eunice. He would pass these lessons on to others, ensuring that their legacy lived on. And so, the story of Lois and Eunice, the faithful grandmother and mother, became a cherished tale, a beacon of hope and inspiration for all who heard it. Their unwavering faith and boundless love for God reminded everyone that even in the face of danger, faith can move mountains and light the darkest paths. Wow! What an incredible adventure we just had with Timothy, Lois, and Eunice. Did you feel the excitement and courage in their hearts? Remember, their faith and bravery remind us that we can do amazing things when we believe in ourselves and trust in God. If you enjoyed this story and want to hear more amazing tales, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to our channel. We have so many more fun and whimsical Bible stories just waiting to be shared with you. And hey, share this story with your friends so they can join in on the fun too. Thanks for being part of our adventure today. See you next time, adventurers.
In the quaint, bustling town of Shunem, nestled among rolling hills and vibrant fields, there lived a woman whose heart was as generous as the spring rains. Her name was Miriam, and she was known far and wide for her hospitality and kindness. Every traveller who passed through Shunem found a warm meal and a soft bed at her home. But little did she know, her kindness was about to lead her on a whimsical adventure beyond her wildest dreams. One sunny afternoon, as the townsfolk went about their daily chores, a man with a serene face and wise eyes walked through the town gates. His name was Elisha, a prophet of the Lord, who travelled from place to place sharing God's messages. Miriam, busy buying fresh bread at the market, noticed the weary traveller. Her heart immediately went out to him. "Welcome, stranger." Miriam called out, her voice full of warmth. "Please, come and rest at my home. You look like you've travelled far." Elisha, grateful for the offer, smiled and followed Miriam, Her home, a charming little house with ivy-covered walls and a blooming garden, stood like a beacon of hospitality. Miriam's husband, Nathan, joined them at the door, and together they welcomed Elisha into their home. Little did they know, this simple act of kindness would soon change their lives forever. As days turned into weeks, Elisha became a frequent visitor at Miriam and Nathan's home. Each time he passed through Shunem, he found rest and comfort there. Miriam's heart swelled with joy every time she saw the prophet's grateful smile. She decided that she wanted to do more for him. "Nathan," Miriam said one evening as they sat by the fire, "I have an idea. Let's build a small room for Elisha on the roof. That way he'll have a place to stay whenever he visits." Nathan, always supportive of Miriam's generous spirit, agreed. They set to work, building a cozy little room with their own hands. They furnished it with a bed, a table, a chair, and a lamp, making sure it was a place of peace and comfort. When Elisha next visited and saw the room, he was deeply touched. "You have been so kind to me," he said to Miriam and Nathan. "May the Lord bless you for your generosity." Elisha's words filled Miriam's heart with a warmth that matched the glow of the setting sun. But the adventure was only beginning. One day, as Elisha rested in the room Miriam and Nathan had built, he felt moved to do something special for them in return. He called his servant Gehazi and asked, "What can we do for this kind woman and her husband?" Gehazi thought for a moment and replied, "They have no children, and her husband is old." Elisha nodded thoughtfully. He called Miriam to the room. "Miriam," he said, "you have gone to great lengths to care for me. What can I do for you? Should I speak on your behalf to the king or the commander of the army?" Miriam shook her head, smiling. "I dwell among my own people," she replied, content with her life. But Elisha persisted. "About this time next year, you shall embrace a son." Miriam's eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh no, my lord," she said, her voice trembling. "Please, do not lie to your servant." Elisha's gaze was steady and kind. "It will be as I have said." Miriam's heart fluttered with a mix of hope and doubt. Could it really be true? As the days turned into months, her hope grew, and sure enough, just as Elisha had promised, she gave birth to a beautiful baby boy. Joy and laughter filled their home, and the miracle child was a testament to God's faithfulness. Years passed, and the boy grew strong and healthy. Miriam and Nathan's hearts were filled with gratitude every time they looked at their son, whom they named Eli. But life, with all its joys, also brings trials. One hot summer day, Eli went out to the fields where his father was working. The sun blazed fiercely in the sky, and the boy soon felt the heat taking its toll. My head, he cried, clutching his head in pain. Nathan quickly carried Eli back to the house and laid him on Miriam's lap. She tried everything to comfort him, but by noon the boy's cries grew faint, and then there was silence. Miriam's heart shattered as she realized her son had passed away. With tears streaming down her face, Miriam carried Eli to the room they had built for Elisha. She laid him on the prophet's bed and closed the door. Her mind was a whirlwind of grief and desperation, but she knew what she had to do. She had to find Elisha. Miriam saddled a donkey and urged it forward, her heart racing with every beat. She headed straight for Mount Carmel, where Elisha was staying. The journey was long and arduous, but Miriam's determination drove her forward. When she arrived, Gehazi came out to meet her. "Is everything all right?" he asked, noticing the worry etched on her face. "All is well," Miriam replied, her voice steady despite the turmoil within her. "I must see the prophet." Elisha, seeing Miriam's distress, hurried to her side. "What is troubling you?" he asked gently. With tears in her eyes, Miriam told Elisha everything. "My son, the one you promised, has died." Elisha's face grew solemn. "Gehazi, take my staff and go to the child. Lay the staff on his face." But Miriam clung to Elisha's arm. "As surely as the Lord lives, and as you live, I will not leave you." Elisha nodded, understanding her determination. Together, they set off for Shunem, a sense of urgency driving their every step. When they arrived, Gehazi had already laid the staff on the boy's face, but nothing had happened. Elisha went into the room, closing the door behind him. He prayed fervently to the Lord, his heart filled with compassion and faith. Elisha lay on the boy, placing his mouth on the boy's mouth, his eyes on the boy's eyes, and his hands on the boy's hands. The boy's body grew warm, but he did not wake. Elisha got up and walked back and forth in the room, praying with all his might. Then he lay on the boy once more. Suddenly the boy sneezed 7 times and opened his eyes. Elisha's heart soared with gratitude and relief. He called out to Gehazi, "Call Miriam." Miriam rushed into the room, her eyes wide with hope and fear. When she saw her son sitting up, alive and well, she let out a cry of joy and gathered him into her arms. "Thank you, Lord," she whispered, her heart overflowing with gratitude. The news of Eli's miraculous recovery spread throughout Shunem like wildfire. The townsfolk gathered at Miriam and Nathan's home to celebrate the wondrous event. The house was filled with laughter, music, and the aroma of delicious food. Elisha, sitting quietly in a corner, watched the joyful scene with a contented smile. Miriam approached him, her eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you, Elisha. You have brought the light back into our lives." Elisha shook his head gently. "It is the Lord who has done this, Miriam. Your faith and kindness have been rewarded." Miriam nodded, her heart full. She knew that the journey of faith and kindness never truly ends. As she looked around at her friends and family, she felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The adventure of faith had led her to this moment, and she knew that no matter what the future held, she would face it with a heart full of love and trust in the Lord. And so, the story of Miriam, the woman of Shunem, and her miraculous friendship with the prophet Elisha became a tale of faith and kindness passed down through generations. It reminded everyone that even the smallest acts of kindness can lead to the most extraordinary adventures, and that faith in the face of despair can bring about the most wondrous miracles. Hey kids, thanks for joining us on this amazing adventure with Miriam, Elisha, and little Eli. We hope you had as much fun as we did. Remember, there's always more exciting stories waiting for you. So don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel for more awesome tales. See you next time. Bye.
Once upon a time, in the bustling village of Compilation, he wasn't your ordinary fish. He had shimmering scales that sparkled like sun-kissed diamonds, and his tail swirled with hues of azure and gold. But what truly set Finley apart was his secret, a magical coin hidden deep within his belly. The villagers adored Finley. Children would gather by the shore, their eyes wide with wonder, as he leaped out of the water, flipping and twirling. His splashes created rainbows, and his laughter echoed across the waves. But Finley had a mission, one that would change everything. Peter loved fishing. His days were often filled with the soothing sound of waves, the salty scent of the sea, and the thrill of the catch. "Peter," called a voice he recognized as one of the temple tax collectors. "Does your teacher pay the temple tax?" the collector asked, his brow furrowed. Peter paused. He had never thought about this before. "Of course he does," he replied confidently, although inside he wasn't so sure. The collector nodded and moved on, leaving Peter deep in thought. What if Jesus had no money for the tax? Do. With these worries clouding his mind, Peter hurried to find Jesus. Peter found Jesus teaching under a large fig tree, surrounded by children and adults who listened eagerly. When the crowd dispersed, Peter approached him. "Master," Peter began, his voice tinged with worry. "The temple tax collectors asked if you pay the tax. What should we do?" Jesus smiled, his eyes filled with understanding and compassion. "What do you think, Simon? From whom do the kings of the earth collect duty and taxes? From their own children or from others?" "From others," Peter replied, puzzled by the question. "Then the children are exempt," Jesus said. "But so that we may not cause offense, go to the lake and throw out your line. Take the first fish you catch, open its mouth, and you will find a 4 drachma coin. Take it and give it to them for my tax and yours." Peter's eyes widened. A coin in a fish? This sounded like a story from a fairy tale, but he trusted Jesus. Excitement bubbling within him, Peter rushed to the lake. The sun was beginning to set, casting a golden glow over the serene waters of the lake. Peter's heart raced as he prepared his fishing line. This wasn't just any fishing trip. It was a mission of faith and magic. He cast his line into the shimmering water and waited, the minutes feeling like hours. Suddenly, he felt a tug. His pulse quickened as he reeled in the line. Up came a lively fish, Finley, its scales glistening like precious jewels. Peter carefully opened the fish's mouth and gasped. Inside was a shining silver coin, exactly as Jesus had said. He held the coin up to the fading sunlight, marveling at the miracle. With a joyful heart, he headed back to the village, the coin safely tucked in his pocket. Peter hurried to the temple, the coin in hand. The tax collector was surprised, but took the coin without question, fulfilling the tax requirement for both Peter and Jesus. When Peter returned to Jesus, he couldn't contain his excitement. "Master, it was just as you said. I found the coin in the fish's mouth." Jesus smiled, placing a gentle hand on Peter's shoulder. "Peter, this is a reminder of God's provision and care. Even when we face challenges, we must trust in His plan and believe in His miracles." Peter nodded, his heart full of gratitude and wonder. He had always believed in Jesus, but this experience deepened his faith. He realized that with Jesus, even the impossible could become possible. News spread like wildfire. Children chattered about the magical fish, and parents marveled at God's provision. Finley became a legend yet. The story didn't end there. One stormy night, as waves crashed against the shore, Finley appeared to Peter in a dream. "Peter," Finley whispered, "your faith is your greatest treasure. Share it with others." And so Peter did. He told the tale of the fish with the coin, and soon the entire village embraced faith like a warm embrace. They learned that miracles swam in unexpected places, beneath lily pads, inside storm clouds, and even in the hearts of doubters. And as for Finley, well, he continued leaping and splashing, his scales glinting in the sun. Whenever a child spotted him, they'd giggle and say, "Look, Mom, it's the fish with the coin." And so, dear reader, if you ever visit Capernaum, keep an eye out for Finley. Perhaps he'll leap from the Sea of Galilee and you'll glimpse the magic, the faith that still dances in our world. And that, my friend, is the whimsical tale of Finley, the fish with the coin. May your heart be as open as Peter's net, ready to catch miracles when they swim your way. Once upon a time, in the rolling hills of ancient Israel, there lived a young girl named Abigail. Her eyes sparkled like morning dew, and her heart overflowed with kindness. Abigail's village nestled near the edge of the wilderness, where wildflowers danced in the breeze, and the scent of fig trees hung heavy in the air. One sunny morning, as Abigail gathered herbs for her grandmother's healing potions, a mysterious messenger arrived. His cloak was as blue as the sky, and his sandals left no trace in the dust. He whispered secrets to the wind, and the wind carried them straight to Abigail's ears. "Abigail," the messenger said, "a great battle brews between our village and the fierce warrior Nabal. His anger burns hotter than the desert sun, and he plans to attack us." Abigail's heart raced. She knew Nabal. The very name sent shivers down spines. His sword had tasted blood, and his temper was as wild as a lion's roar. But Abigail also knew something else. Kindness could be mightier than any sword. Abigail set off on a quest. She skipped over pebbles, her sandals barely touching the ground. She climbed hills and crossed streams, her determination unwavering. Her mission, to prevent bloodshed, to weave peace where anger threatened to unravel it. Her path led her to Nabal's grand tent, guarded by fierce warriors. Abigail's heart fluttered like a trapped bird, but she stood tall. She carried a basket of honeycomb, figs, and freshly baked bread, the sweetest gift she could find. "Kindness," she whispered to herself, "is my armor." Inside the tent, Nabal scowled. His beard was as prickly as a thorn bush, and his eyes blazed like a wildfire. "Who dares disturb me?" he thundered. "It is I, Abigail," she replied, her voice steady. "I bring gifts and a plea for peace." Nabal scoffed. "Peace? I feast on war." But Abigail didn't back down. She told him stories of love, of forgiveness, and of the stars that watched over them all. She spoke of a God who delighted in mercy and kindness. And as she spoke, Nabal's scowl softened, like a storm cloud yielding to a rainbow. That night, under the moon's silver gaze, Abigail met David, the outlaw who would one day be king. David's eyes held secrets, and his harp sang of hope. He had planned to attack Nabal's camp, but Abigail's words halted him. "Your kindness," David said, "has turned wrath into wonder." Together they devised a plan. Abigail returned to Nabal's tent, where she found him snoring like a bear. She left a note, sealed with a kiss, and slipped away. In the morning, Nabal read her words. "Dear Nabal, let kindness be our shield. I have paid your debt, and peace now dances in our footsteps." When Nabal woke, he blinked at the empty honeycomb and the note. Confusion wrinkled his brow, then understanding dawned. He dropped his sword and wept. The battle was averted, and kindness had won the day. Abigail's wisdom echoed through the hills, and children sang songs about her courage. They danced around bonfires, their laughter like stars. And in the quiet moments when the wind whispered, they remembered. Abigail taught us that kindness can slay giants. So, dear children, remember Abigail's story. When anger rages like a storm, be a beacon of kindness. Your words, like honey, can heal wounds. Your actions, like bread, and when battles threaten, choose love over swords. And that, my little adventurers, is how Abigail's wisdom saved a kingdom. One act of kindness at a time. And so ends our whimsical tale. Dear reader, may your heart be as kind as Abigail's, and may your adventures be filled with wonder.
In the land of Egypt, the people of Israel had once been slaves, but with God's mighty hand and the leadership of Moses, they were now free. They had witnessed extraordinary miracles, the parting of the Red Sea, manna from heaven, and water from a rock. Now, they camped at the base of Mount Sinai, waiting for Moses to return from his meeting with God. But days turned into weeks, and weeks felt like an eternity. The Israelites grew restless. "Where is Moses?" they grumbled. "Has he abandoned us? What if something terrible happened to him?" Little did they know, Moses was high up on Mount Sinai, receiving the 10 Commandments from God. The mountain was enveloped in thick clouds, thunder, and lightning, making it appear as if it were alive with divine power. The people below watched in awe and fear, but as time dragged on, their patience wore thin. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the camp, a group of elders approached Aaron, Moses' brother. "Aaron, we cannot wait any longer. We need a God to lead us," they insisted. Aaron, torn between his loyalty to Moses and the pressure from the people, reluctantly agreed. "Bring me your gold earrings," he said, hoping to buy some time. The people eagerly brought their gold, and Aaron melted it down, crafting a statue of a golden calf. When the statue was complete, the people rejoiced, dancing and singing. "This is our God who brought us out of Egypt." Aaron felt a knot of guilt tighten in his stomach, but he joined in, hoping it would calm the people. The next day, the camp was filled with excitement. Children ran around playing games, while the adults prepared a grand feast. The golden calf gleamed in the sunlight, and the people sang and danced around it, celebrating their newfound God. However, not everyone was happy. Joshua, Moses' loyal assistant, watched in horror. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. "This is wrong," he whispered to himself. "Moses will be furious when he finds out." As the sun set and the festivities continued, Joshua decided to climb Mount Sinai to inform Moses of the people's actions. He climbed with determination, knowing that only Moses could restore order and bring the people back to their senses. High on Mount Sinai, Moses stood in the presence of God, holding the stone tablets engraved with the 10 Commandments. Suddenly God spoke, his voice like thunder. "Go down at once, for your people, whom you brought up out of Egypt, have corrupted themselves." Moses' heart sank as God described the people's idol worship. With a heavy heart he began his descent, the stone tablets clutched tightly in his hands. Halfway down he met Joshua, who confirmed what God had told him. "Moses, the people have created a golden calf and are worshipping it." "It's chaos down there," Joshua reported, his voice filled with worry. Moses' anger burned like a blazing fire. How could the people betray God so quickly? he quickened his pace, determined to confront the Israelites and put an end to their foolishness. As Moses and Joshua approached the camp, they could hear the sounds of celebration. The sight of the people dancing around the golden calf fueled Moses' anger. He raised the stone tablets high above his head and, with a mighty crash, threw them to the ground, shattering them into pieces. The music stopped abruptly, and the people turned to see Moses standing there, his face red with anger. "What have you done?" he shouted. "How could you turn away from God so quick?" Aaron stepped forward, trembling. "Moses, the people were afraid. They thought you had abandoned them. I didn't know what to do." Moses glared at the golden calf. "This abomination must be destroyed," he declared. He ground the calf into powder, scattered it in the water, and made the Israelites drink it as a punishment for their betrayal. The camp was silent, the people's joy replaced by shame and fear. Moses stood before them, his heart heavy with disappointment. "Whoever is on the Lord's side, come to me," he called out. The tribe of Levi rallied to Moses' side, ready to defend God's honor. Moses commanded them to take their swords and purge the camp of those who had led the rebellion. It was a grim and sorrowful task, but necessary to restore order. Afterward, Moses returned to Mount Sinai to plead with God for mercy. "Forgive their sin," he prayed, "but if not, blot me out of the book you have written." God listened to Moses' plea and chose to show mercy. He commanded Moses to carve out 2 new stone tablets and promised to renew his covenant with the people. Moses spent another 40 days and nights on the mountain, receiving God's laws once more. When Moses finally descended from Mount Sinai, his face was radiant, shining with the glory of God. He carried the new tablets, a symbol of God's renewed covenant with Israel. The people watched in awe as Moses approached, their hearts filled with hope and reverence. Moses gathered the people and shared God's commandments with them, reminding them of their duty to worship only the one true God. "You shall have no other gods before me," he declared, his voice echoing through the camp. The people listened intently, their hearts filled with remorse for their previous actions. They vowed to remain faithful to God and to follow his commandments. With the new tablets in hand, Moses led the people of Israel towards the promised land. They faced many challenges along the way, but their faith in God and their leader remained steadfast. They learned the importance of obedience, trust, and the consequences of turning away from God. As they journeyed, Moses often reminded them of their past mistakes and the lessons they had learned. "Remember the golden calf," he would say. "Let it be a lesson to us all to remain faithful to God, for he is our only true guide and protector." The story of the golden calf Moses and the broken tablets teaches us the importance of faith, obedience, and the power of repentance. Even when we make mistakes, turning back to God and seeking forgiveness can lead us back to the right path. The Israelites' journey serves as a reminder that faith and trust in God will guide and protect us through all of life's challenges. Thank you for joining us on this whimsical and colourful adventure through one of the Bible's most captivating stories. We hope you enjoyed this tale and found inspiration in its lessons. If you enjoyed this story, please like this video and subscribe to our channel for more enchanting and faith-filled stories. Stay tuned for more adventures and timeless lessons.
Long ago, in the vibrant and bustling kingdom of Israel, there lived a brave and clever princess named Michal. She was the daughter of King Saul, a towering and fierce ruler, and the sister of the brave Jonathan. Michal was also the beloved wife of David, a valiant warrior and future king. Our story begins on a moonlit night, where the stars twinkled brightly like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky. But this night was not peaceful. There was tension in the air, as dark clouds of danger loomed over the palace. King Saul, consumed by jealousy and rage, had turned against David, his once favored warrior. Saul's envy had grown so intense that he plotted to capture and kill David. Michal, with her quick wit and undying love for her husband, was determined to protect him at all costs. In their cozy chamber adorned with colorful tapestries and golden candlesticks, Michal whispered urgently to David, "My love, you must flee tonight. Father's men are coming to take you away. We must act swiftly and wisely." David, his eyes wide with concern, replied, "But how can I escape without being seen? The palace is guarded on all sides." Michal, with a twinkle of mischief in her eye, had a daring plan. "Leave it to me. We shall outsmart them together." Michal's mind raced with ideas, and she quickly devised a whimsical plan. She decided to create a lifelike dummy to trick the guards. With nimble fingers, she fashioned a mannequin out of pillows, blankets, and a bundle of goat's hair to mimic David's appearance. She dressed the dummy in David's clothes and laid it carefully in their bed, pulling the covers snugly around it. The clock was ticking, and the palace was eerily quiet, except for the occasional rustle of the trees outside. Michal and David worked together in hushed whispers, their hearts pounding with the thrill of their secret mission. David, with a mixture of admiration and gratitude, said, "Michal, your courage and cleverness are truly remarkable. I shall never forget this night." Michal smiled, her eyes sparkling with determination. "Now, we must get you out of here safely. Follow me." Michal led David to the window of their chamber, which overlooked the palace gardens. The moonlight bathed the garden in a soft, silvery glow, creating a magical scene. Michal had thought of everything. She had tied a sturdy rope made from bed sheets to the window frame, creating a makeshift escape route. David climbed onto the window ledge, his heart racing with anticipation. He looked back at Michal, who gave him an encouraging nod. With one final glance at his brave and resourceful wife, David began his descent. The rope creaked under his weight, and David's heart skipped a beat as he dangled in midair. Below him, the garden was a maze of shadows and moonlight. Every rustle of the leaves seemed to echo the urgency of his escape. But David was a skilled warrior, and he navigated the rope with agility and grace. Finally, his feet touched the ground, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to look up at Michal, who was watching from the window with a mixture of pride and concern. She blew him a kiss and whispered, "Go swiftly, my love. I will do everything to keep them from discovering your absence." Meanwhile, in the dimly lit corridors of the palace, King Saul's men were approaching David and Michal's chamber. Their heavy footsteps echoed ominously, and their shadows danced on the walls like specters of doom. They were eager to capture David and deliver him to the king. The lead guard, a stern and burly man named Abner, knocked on the door with a sense of authority. "Open up in the name of the king," he bellowed. Michal, with her heart pounding, took a deep breath and opened the door slightly. She feigned a look of concern and whispered, "David is unwell and resting. Please, do not disturb him." Abner, suspicious but cautious, peered into the dimly lit room. Through the narrow opening, he saw the figure lying in bed, seemingly asleep. He nodded, accepting Michal's explanation, and the guards retreated, their footsteps fading into the distance. Michal closed the door and leaned against it, her heart racing. She had bought them some time, but she knew the guards would return soon. She had to think of another way to delay them. Michal quickly rummaged through her belongings and found an old, ornate idol that had been passed down through generations. It was a curious artifact, with intricate carvings and a mischievous expression. She placed it in the bed, covering it with a blanket to give it the appearance of a sleeping figure. Moments later, the guards returned, this time with King Saul himself. His face was twisted with anger and frustration, and his eyes blazed with fury. He pushed past Michal and stormed into the chamber. "Where is David?" Saul demanded, his voice echoing off the walls. Michal, maintaining her composure, pointed to the bed and said, "He is right there, my lord. He is unwell and needs his rest." Saul approached the bed, his eyes narrowing as he reached out to pull back the covers. But before he could reveal the deception, Michal let out a loud cry. "Wait! My lord, please, have mercy. David is gravely ill. If you disturb him now, it could be the end of him." Saul hesitated, his anger momentarily replaced by doubt. He stepped back, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Michal's heart raced as she prayed silently for her plan to work. Just as Saul was about to leave, one of the guards noticed something unusual. He pointed to the bed and said, "My lord, there is something strange about that figure." Saul's suspicion reignited, and he yanked the covers off the bed, revealing the idol. His face contorted with rage as he realized he had been deceived. He turned to Michal, his eyes burning with fury. "You dare to trick me?" he roared. Michal stood her ground, her voice steady despite the fear in her heart. "I did what I had to do to save my husband. He is innocent, and you know it." Saul's anger was palpable, but he knew he could not harm his own daughter. He ordered his men to search the palace and surrounding areas, but David was long gone, safely out of their reach. Michal watched as the guards scattered in search of David. She knew they would not find him, and her heart swelled with pride and relief. She had risked everything to save her beloved husband, and she had succeeded. As the dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Michal stood at the window where David had made his escape. She felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that her love and bravery had triumphed over her father's jealousy and rage. In the days that followed, Michal continued to live in the palace, her heart always with David, who was hiding in the wilderness. She knew that their love would endure any trial and that one day, they would be reunited. Though separated by distance, Michal and David remained united in spirit. David, hiding in the wilderness, continued to grow in strength and wisdom, knowing that his beloved Michal was waiting for him. Their love story became a beacon of hope for all who heard it, a testament to the power of courage, faith, and unwavering love. And so, brave Princess Michal, with her heart full of courage and love, saved David from the clutches of danger. Their love story became a legend in the land of Israel, inspiring generations to come. Remember, dear children, no matter how tough things get, with bravery, cleverness, and a kind heart, you too can overcome any challenge. Just like Michal and David, you can be heroes in your own stories. Now, close your eyes and imagine the beautiful kingdom, the brave princess, and the heroic adventures. What story will you create today?
Now, dear listeners, this tale we weave is not just a whimsical creation. It draws from the sacred scrolls, the very words of the Good Shepherd himself. For in the Gospel of Luke, chapter 15, verses 3 to 7, Jesus spoke of a lost sheep, a wanderer who strayed from the fold, seeking adventure beyond the familiar meadows. In the ancient hills of Galilee, where olive trees whispered secrets and wildflowers danced to the rhythm of the wind, there lived a mischievous little sheep named Woolly. His wool was as golden as the sun's morning kiss, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity. Every day, Woolly would wander away from the flock, his hooves dancing to a secret rhythm. The other sheep would bleat warnings, but Woolly paid no heed. He longed to explore the world beyond the meadows, to chase rainbows, climb raindrop ladders, and discover hidden treasures. One sunny morning, as the shepherd, kind-hearted Eli, counted his sheep, he noticed Woolly missing. His heart sank like a stone. "Not again," he murmured, wiping his brow. Eli loved each sheep, but Woolly held a special place in his heart. He was the one who always strayed, the one who needed rescuing. Eli set off, his staff in hand, following the faint sound of Woolly's tinkling bell. The hills whispered secrets, the rustle of leaves, the hum of bees, and the distant laughter of angels. Eli knew that finding Woolly was not just about counting sheep. It was about love, redemption, and the joy of finding what was lost. High on a hill, Eli spotted Woolly. The little sheep stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing down into a swirling rainbow vortex. His hooves trembled, and his eyes widened. "What's down there?" Woolly wondered aloud. "Ah, my adventurous friend," Eli said, catching his breath. "That vortex leads to the land of lost things, a place where dreams, memories, and lost socks gather. But beware, once you step in, you may never return." Woolly's heart raced. "I must go," he declared. "Perhaps my lost marbles are there." As Woolly leaped into the vortex, colors swirled around him. He tumbled through cotton candy clouds, past forgotten teddy bears, and over ribbons. Revealed a new mystery, a sock with wings, a puzzle piece that sang, and a library where books wrote their own stories. But the land of lost things was not all whimsy. Dark shadows slithered, a dragon guarding lost hopes, a riddle-obsessed sphinx, and a mirror reflecting forgotten faces. Woolly's heart wavered. Could he find what he sought without losing himself? Woolly met a talking umbrella named Ella, who guided him through enchanted forests. They danced with fireflies, sang with moonflowers, and tiptoed past the snickerdoodle swamp. Ella whispered ancient tales, the lost city of Sockington, the legendary mismatched socks of destiny, and the Great Button Rebellion. "Courage, Woolly," Ella said. "Your marbles await in the marble maze, but beware the giggling goblins. They steal laughter." In the marble maze, Woolly faced giggling goblins armed with feather dusters. They tickled him until he laughed so hard that marbles spilled from his pockets. Each marble held a memory, a rainbow slide, a moonlit picnic, and a hug from Eli. Woolly gathered his marbles, and as he stepped out of the vortex, he saw Eli waiting. Tears filled the shepherd's eyes. "You were lost, my dear Woolly," Eli said, "but now you're found." And so, Woolly learned that being lost wasn't about geography. It was about finding pieces of your heart. He stayed close to the flock, but his adventures continued in dreams and starlight. And whenever a sheep wandered off, Eli would smile and say, "Perhaps they're chasing rainbows too." As the sun dips behind the hills, painting the sky with hues of raspberry sorbet and lemonade, Remember this, you are never truly lost. Whether you're chasing rainbows or counting stars, the Good Shepherd's love guides you home. And who knows, perhaps, just perhaps, there's a vortex waiting, a swirling rainbow bridge to the land of found things. There, your laughter echoes, your dreams take flight, and your heart finds its true home. Until our next adventure, keep your eyes wide open, your hearts even wider, and may your days be filled with wonder, giggles, and the joy of being found. And that, my little lambs, is why we celebrate when even one sheep returns. For in the heart of the shepherd, every lost soul matters. Good night, little dreamers, sweet dreams, and may your woolly hearts always find their way back home.
Once upon a time, in the ancient land of Israel, there was a man named Samson. His story begins with an extraordinary birth, for Samson was chosen by God to be a Nazarite from birth, dedicated to God's service. He was special, and his strength was a gift from God, meant to help protect his people from their enemies, the Philistines. Samson's hair flowed like a river of dark silk, and it was the source of his power. His parents had told him that as long as he never cut his hair, his strength would remain unmatched. And so Samson grew up with his mighty locks, and he performed feats of strength that left everyone in awe. One sunny day, as Samson wandered through the bustling streets of Timnah, he saw a woman who caught his eye. Her name was Delilah, and she was as beautiful as the stars in the night sky. Samson was smitten at first sight and decided that he had to get to know her better. Delilah was mysterious and enchanting. Her laughter was like the tinkling of tiny bells, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. But Delilah had a secret of her own. She was approached by the rulers of the Philistines, who offered her a great deal of silver if she could discover the secret of Samson's strength. Delilah agreed, her heart pounding with excitement and fear. She knew this task would be dangerous, but the promise of wealth was too tempting to resist. Delilah welcomed Samson into her home, her voice as sweet as honey. They spent many days together, laughing, talking, and sharing stories. Samson was happy, feeling as if he had found a true friend. But Delilah had a plan, and she was determined to discover the secret of his strength. One evening, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, Delilah asked Samson, "Oh, Samson, you are so strong and brave. Tell me, what is the secret of your great strength?" Samson chuckled, his deep voice rumbling like distant thunder. "If anyone ties me with 7 fresh bowstrings that have not been dried, I will become as weak as any other man." Delilah's eyes twinkled with excitement. That very night, she secretly arranged for 7 fresh bowstrings, and while Samson slept, she tied him up. Then she called out, "Samson, the Philistines are upon you." Samson awoke with a start and snapped the bowstrings as if they were threads. Delilah's heart sank, but she did not give up. The days passed, and Delilah continued to weave her web of curiosity and charm. "Samson, please, you know I love you. Tell me how you can be subdued." Samson, now more amused than ever, said, "If you weave the 7 braids of my hair into the fabric on the loom and tighten it with a pin, I will become as weak as any other man." Delilah followed his instructions, but once again Samson easily freed himself. Delilah was at her wit's end. She pleaded with Samson, her eyes filled with tears. "How can you say you love me when you won't confide in me? You've made a fool of me 3 times now and haven't told me the secret of your great strength." Samson, feeling guilty and weary, finally gave in. He revealed his deepest secret: "My hair has never been cut, for I have been a Nazirite dedicated to God from my mother's womb. If my head were shaved, my strength would leave me, and I would become as weak as any other man." Delilah's heart raced with anticipation and fear. She knew this was her last chance. That night, as Samson slept, she called for a man to shave off the 7 braids of his hair. As the hair fell away, so did his strength. Delilah called out once more, "Samson, the Philistines are upon you." Samson awoke, but this time he felt different. His strength was gone. The Philistines seized him, gouged out his eyes, and took him to Gaza, where they bound him with bronze shackles and set him to grinding grain in prison. Time passed, and Samson's hair began to grow back. The Philistines, celebrating their victory, held a great feast to honor their god Dagon. They brought Samson out of the prison to entertain them, mocking and jeering at the once mighty warrior. Samson, blind and weak, asked a young servant to lead him to the pillars that supported the temple. As he stood there, his hands resting on the pillars, he prayed to God, "Sovereign Lord, remember me. Please, God, strengthen me just once more, and let me with one blow get revenge on the Philistines for my 2 eyes." With renewed strength from God, Samson braced himself against the pillars and pushed with all his might. The temple began to shake, the pillars crumbling under his immense power. The roof collapsed, crushing the Philistines beneath the rubble. Samson perished with them, but he had saved his people from their enemies. Thank you for watching our whimsical and adventurous story of Samson and Delilah, the strongest man's secret revealed. We hope you enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed bringing it to life. If you loved this story, please give us a thumbs up and share it with your friends. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and ring the notification bell so you never miss out on our latest animated Bible stories and adventures. Join our community of young adventurers as we explore more exciting and faith-filled tales from the Bible. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next adventure.
In the ancient lands of Israel, where kings ruled and prophets spoke, there lived a brave young woman named Tamar. Her story, found in 2 Samuel 13, is one of courage, justice, and restoration. Let us delve into her tale and discover the strength of her spirit.
The sun rose over the bustling city of Jerusalem, casting golden rays over King David's grand palace. The air buzzed with the sounds of merchants setting up their stalls, children playing in the streets, and the calls of birds soaring high above. In the midst of this vibrant city lived Tamar, a beautiful and kind-hearted princess, the daughter of King David. Tamar's days were filled with joy and laughter as she spent her time weaving colourful tapestries, tending to her garden, and helping the poor and needy. Her best friend and confidant was her brother, Absalom, who loved her dearly and often joined her in her charitable endeavours. But beneath the surface of this happy family lay dark secrets and brewing trouble, unknown to Tamar. One fateful day, Tamar's half-brother Amnon, the son of King David, hatched a wicked plan. Consumed by a dark and forbidden desire for Tamar, he decided to deceive her into coming to his chambers. He pretended to be gravely ill and requested that Tamar prepare food for him, believing this would give him an opportunity to be alone with her.
"Please come to my room and prepare my favorite cakes. It is the only thing that might bring me some comfort."
Tamar, innocent and kind, agreed without hesitation. She entered Amnon's room with a tray of freshly baked cakes, her heart full of compassion for her supposedly sick brother. But as soon as she stepped inside, Amnon's true intentions became clear. He grabbed Tamar and tried to force her into something terrible. Tamar, terrified and betrayed, fought back with all her might.
"No, my brother. Do not do this wicked thing. Such a disgraceful act should not be committed in Israel. Think of the shame it will bring upon us all."
But Amnon, driven by his dark desires, did not listen to Tamar's pleas. He overpowered her and committed a grievous sin against her, leaving her devastated and broken. Tamar fled from Amnon's chambers, her beautiful garments torn, her heart shattered. She ran through the palace, tears streaming down her face, and sought refuge in her brother Absalom's house. When Absalom saw Tamar's state, he was filled with fury and sorrow.
"Has Amnon, our brother, done this to you?"
Tamar nodded, unable to speak through her sobs. Absalom embraced her, vowing to protect and care for her. Tamar found some comfort in her brother's words, but the pain of the betrayal still weighed heavily on her heart. She spent her days in Absalom's house, mourning her lost innocence and praying for justice. Absalom's anger towards Amnon grew with each passing day. He knew that he had to do something to restore his sister's honor and bring justice to their family. But he also knew that any action against Amnon would need to be carefully planned, for Amnon was the firstborn son of King David and held a powerful position in the kingdom. For 2 years, Absalom waited, his anger smouldering beneath a calm exterior. He treated Amnon with outward civility, all the while planning his retribution in secret. He knew that patience and precision were essential to his success. One day, Absalom approached King David with a request.
"Father, I am hosting a grand feast at my estate. I would be honored if all my brothers, including Amnon, could join me in celebration."
King David, unaware of Absalom's true intentions, granted his request. The day of the feast arrived, and Absalom's estate was filled with music, laughter, and the aroma of delicious food. Amnon, unsuspecting, joined in the festivities, unaware that this joyous occasion was a trap. As the feast reached its peak, Absalom signaled his loyal servants.
"When I give the word, strike down Amnon. He must pay for the evil he has done to Tamar."
With a nod from Absalom, the servants seized Amnon and carried out their master's command. Amnon fell, and the room erupted in chaos. The other guests fled in terror, and the news of Amnon's death quickly reached King David. King David was heartbroken by the loss of his son, and his grief was compounded by the knowledge that it was his own son, Absalom, who had orchestrated the killing. The palace was plunged into mourning, and Absalom, fearing his father's wrath, fled to the city of Geshur, where he would remain in exile for 3 years. While Absalom was in exile, Tamar continued to live in his house, where she slowly began to heal from the trauma she had endured. Absalom's wife and children provided her with love and support, helping her to rebuild her shattered life. Tamar found solace in her faith and began to focus on helping others who had suffered similar injustices. She opened her home to women who had been wronged, offering them shelter, comfort, and a listening ear. Tamar's courage and compassion inspired many, and she became a beacon of hope for the oppressed and downtrodden. Through her acts of kindness and her unwavering faith, Tamar began to restore her sense of purpose and dignity. She realized that while she could not change the past, she could use her experience to make a positive difference in the lives of others. After 3 years in exile, Absalom longed to return to Jerusalem and be reunited with his family. He sent word to Joab, the commander of King David's army, asking for his help in securing his return. Joab, understanding the depth of Absalom's remorse and the importance of reconciliation, approached King David on Absalom's behalf.
Your Majesty, it is time to bring Absalom back to Jerusalem. He has suffered greatly in exile, and his heart is full of regret. Let us restore our family and heal these wounds.
King David, though still grieving the loss of Amnon, recognized the need for forgiveness and unity. He agreed to Joab's request and sent for Absalom to return to Jerusalem. When Absalom arrived, he was welcomed back with open arms by his family, though the wounds of the past still lingered. Tamar, in particular, was cautious, unsure of how to feel about her brother's return. But Absalom was determined to prove that he had changed and that his love for his family was genuine. Absalom worked hard to regain the trust and respect of his family and the people of Israel. He spent time with Tamar, listening to her stories and learning about the work she had done to help others. He was deeply moved by her strength and compassion and vowed to support her efforts.
Tamar, your courage and kindness have inspired me. I want to help you in your mission to bring justice and hope to those who have suffered. Together we can make a difference.
Tamar, seeing the sincerity in her brother's eyes, felt a glimmer of hope. She agreed to work with Absalom, and together they began to build a network of support for those in need. They established shelters, provided legal assistance, and worked to raise awareness about the importance of justice and compassion. Word of Tamar and Absalom's efforts spread throughout Israel, and their work was met with widespread support. People from all walks of life came to them for help, and their mission grew beyond what they had ever imagined. King David, seeing the positive impact of his children's work, felt a renewed sense of pride and hope. He publicly acknowledged their efforts and offered his full support, helping to further their cause. Tamar's courage and Absalom's dedication brought about significant changes in the kingdom. Laws were enacted to protect the vulnerable, and a culture of compassion and justice began to take root. The people of Israel looked to Tamar and Absalom as examples of what could be achieved through courage, faith, and a commitment to doing what was right. Years passed, and Tamar's legacy continued to grow. She remained a beloved figure in Israel, her story told and retold as a testament to the power of courage and the importance of seeking justice. Absalom, too, was remembered for his dedication to his sister and his efforts to make amends for his past actions. Together, they had transformed their pain into a force for good, leaving a lasting impact on their community and inspiring future generations to stand up for what is right. Tamar's life, once marked by tragedy, became a beacon of hope and restoration. Her courage and resilience showed that even in the darkest times, there is always a path to healing and redemption. And so, the story of Tamar's courage and Absalom's quest for justice was passed down through the ages, a powerful reminder that with faith, bravery, and a commitment to doing what is right, anyone can make a difference in the world. Don't forget to like this video if you enjoyed the story, subscribe to our channel for more amazing Bible stories, and ring the bell to get notified whenever we upload new content. Share this video with your friends and family to spread the message of courage and justice. Once upon a time, in the bustling and lively land of Israel, there lived a young man named Hosea. Hosea was not just any man, he was a prophet, chosen by God to deliver his messages to the people. He had a heart full of love for his people and a deep desire to follow God's will. But little did Hosea know, his life was about to take a turn so unexpected that it would become a tale of love and faith that would be remembered for generations. One bright morning, as the sun painted the sky with shades of gold and pink, Hosea received a message from God. It was unlike any message he had ever received. With a heart pounding in anticipation and curiosity, Hosea listened intently.
Hosea, I have a task for you. Go, take for yourself a wife of ill repute, and have children with her.
Hosea was stunned. Marry a woman of ill repute? His mind swirled with confusion and doubt, but Hosea's faith was strong. He trusted in God's plan, even if he couldn't understand it. With a heart full of obedience and courage, Hosea set out to find his bride. In the heart of the city, where laughter mixed with the clinking of coins and the aroma of exotic spices filled the air, there lived a woman named Gomer. Gomer was beautiful, with a smile that could light up the darkest of nights and eyes that sparkled like the stars. But Gomer's life was not as dazzling as her appearance. She was known far and wide as a woman of ill repute, a harlot who had long since given up on dreams of love and redemption. One day, as Gomer wandered through the market, her path crossed with Hosea's. There was something different about him, something pure and kind. He looked at her not with judgment, but with a gaze that seemed to see into her very soul. Gomer felt a strange tug at her heart, a glimmer of hope she hadn't felt in years. Hosea, she asked, her voice a mix of curiosity and caution. Why do you look at me like that? I have come to take you as my wife, Hosea replied, his voice steady and sincere. Gomer laughed, a sound tinged with both amusement and disbelief. Me? Your wife? Surely you jest. But Hosea was not jesting. He spoke to her of God's command and of the love that transcended all judgments. Gomer, though skeptical, was intrigued. Perhaps this was her chance at a new beginning. And so, with a mixture of fear and hope, she agreed. Their wedding was a simple affair, attended by those who knew Hosea and Gomer's unusual story. The townspeople whispered and wondered what would become of this unlikely couple. But as Hosea took Gomer's hand, he looked at her with such tenderness and love that even the most skeptical hearts were touched. For a time, life was peaceful. Gomer settled into her new role as a wife and soon a mother. They had 3 children, each with names given by God: Jezreel, Lo-ruhamah, and Lo-ammi. Each name carried a message for the people of Israel, a reminder of their need to return to the Lord. Despite the challenges, Hosea's love for Gomer never wavered. He was patient and kind, always believing in the possibility of her redemption. But old habits die hard, and Gomer found it difficult to leave her past behind. The allure of her former life, with its fleeting pleasures and false freedoms, beckoned her like a siren's call. And one fateful night, unable to resist, Gomer slipped away into the darkness, leaving Hosea and their children behind. Hosea's heart broke as he realized Gomer was gone. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. There were rumors and whispers of Gomer's return to her old ways. Yet, despite the pain and betrayal, Hosea's love for Gomer did not falter. He prayed for her safety and longed for her return, trusting in God's promise. One night, as Hosea was deep in prayer, he heard God's voice once more.
Hosea, go again. Love a woman who is loved by a lover and is committing adultery, just like the love of the Lord for the children of Israel, who look to other gods and love the raisin cakes of the pagans.
Hosea's heart swelled with renewed purpose. He knew what he had to do. With unwavering determination, he set out to find Gomer and bring her back. The search was not easy. Hosea ventured into places he had never dared to go, dark corners of the city where despair and vice reigned. He asked everyone he met if they had seen his wife. Some laughed at him, some pitied him, and some tried to dissuade him. But Hosea pressed on, driven by a love that refused to give up. Finally, after many days, he found her. Gomer was a shadow of her former self, worn and weary from a life that had promised much but delivered little. She was being sold as a slave, a mere commodity in the eyes of those around her. But to Hosea, she was still his beloved wife, the one he had pledged to love and cherish. With tears in his eyes and a heart full of compassion, Hosea approached the auctioneer. He paid the price for her freedom, a price that was both costly and humiliating. But to Hosea, no price was too high for the one he loved. As he took Gomer's hand and led her away from the life that had ensnared her, he spoke to her gently. "You are to live with me for many days. You must not be a prostitute or be intimate with any man, and I will behave the same way toward you." Gomer looked at Hosea, her eyes filled with a mixture of shame and gratitude. She had expected anger, perhaps even rejection. But instead she found forgiveness and unconditional love. Back home, life began anew for Hosea and Gomer. It was not easy. There were moments of doubt and struggle, but there was also hope and healing. Hosea's unwavering love became a beacon of light in Gomer's darkness, guiding her back to a place of safety and belonging. As time passed, Gomer's heart softened. She began to understand the depth of Hosea's love, a love that mirrored God's love for his people. She saw in Hosea's actions the reflection of a divine love that never gave up, no matter how far one strayed. One evening, as the sun set and painted the sky with hues of orange and purple, Gomer sat with Hosea and their children. She looked at the faces of her family, feeling a warmth she had long thought lost. "Hosea," she began, her voice trembling with emotion, "I never thought I could deserve this kind of love. But you showed me that love is not about deserving. It's about grace. Thank you for not giving up on me." Hosea smiled, his eyes shining with tears of joy. "Gomer, love is not something we earn. It's a gift, and just as God loves us unconditionally, so do I love you, always." And so the story of Hosea and Gomer became a living testament to the power of unconditional love. It was a story that was told and retold, a reminder of a love that never gives up, never loses faith, and always hopes. It was a story that echoed through the generations, a beacon of hope and redemption for all who heard it. In the years that followed, the people of Israel remembered Hosea's message. They saw in his love for Gomer a reflection of God's relentless love for them. And while they faced many challenges, the story of Hosea and Gomer remained a source of inspiration, a reminder that no matter how far they strayed, they could always return to a love that was waiting with open arms. And so, the tale of Hosea and Gomer, filled with twists and turns, heartache and hope, became a cherished story of faith, forgiveness, and the boundless, unconditional love of God. Thank you for watching Hosea and Gomer, a tale of unconditional love. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you won't miss any of our exciting adventures. See you next time.
It was a morning like any other on the Sea of Galilee, with the sun just beginning to peek over the horizon, casting a golden glow on the rippling waters. Fishermen, eager to catch their daily haul, were already bustling about, preparing their boats and nets for a long day of work. Among them was Peter, a seasoned fisherman with a rugged face tanned by years under the sun. He and his brother Andrew had been out all night but had caught nothing. As the first rays of sunlight kissed the waves, Peter sighed deeply, dragging his empty nets into the boat. "Not a single fish, Andrew," he lamented, shaking his head. "We might as well call it a day." But just as he was about to pack up, an unexpected sight caught his eye. A large crowd was gathering on the shore, their excited murmurs carrying across the water. At the center of the crowd was a man, Jesus of Nazareth, the carpenter-turned-preacher whose words had begun to spread like wildfire through the towns and villages. Intrigued, Peter anchored his boat a little closer to shore. The crowd was pressing in on Jesus, eager to hear his every word. Jesus glanced at the sea and then at Peter's boat, a spark of an idea lighting up his eyes. He stepped closer to the edge of the water and called out to Peter, "Peter, may I use your boat to teach the people?" Jesus asked, his voice clear and compelling. Peter, though exhausted, couldn't refuse. There was something about Jesus that drew people in, made them want to listen, to follow. "Of course, Master. Come aboard," he replied, offering his hand to help Jesus into the boat. Jesus settled himself in the boat, and Peter pushed off a little from the shore, anchoring it so that Jesus could address the crowd without being overwhelmed. From his floating pulpit, Jesus began to teach, his voice carrying over the water like a melody. He spoke of love, kindness, and the kingdom of God, his words weaving a spell over the listeners. Peter, who had intended to listen for just a few minutes, found himself utterly captivated. Jesus' words were unlike anything he had ever heard. They were filled with wisdom and a deep, abiding love that resonated with something deep within him. After what seemed like hours, but also mere moments, Jesus finished his teaching. The crowd began to disperse, some lingering to ask questions, others to simply bask in the afterglow of his words. Jesus turned to Peter, his eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. "Peter, let's go out into the deep water and let down the nets for a catch," Jesus suggested, his tone both gentle and authoritative. Peter blinked in surprise. "Master, we've worked hard all night and haven't caught anything," he said, his voice tinged with the fatigue of a long, fruitless night. "But because you say so, I will let down the nets." With a resigned nod, Peter and Andrew rowed the boat out into deeper waters. The sea, calm and serene under the morning light, seemed to hold its breath. Peter cast his nets over the side, the familiar motion almost automatic after so many years of fishing. For a moment, nothing happened. The water lapped gently against the sides of the boat, and the silence was broken only by the call of distant seabirds. Peter felt a pang of doubt. Had he really expected anything different? He was about to voice his thoughts when suddenly there was a tug on the nets, then another, and another. "Andrew, do you feel that?" Peter exclaimed, his voice rising in excitement. Andrew, equally astonished, nodded vigorously. "Yes, Peter, the nets are full. Quick, we need to pull them up." Together they began to haul in the nets, their muscles straining with the effort. To their amazement, the nets were teeming with fish, so many that they began to tear under the weight. Peter's heart pounded with a mixture of disbelief and elation. He had never seen such a catch in all his years on the sea. "James! John! Come and help us!" Peter shouted to their partners in the other boat. James and John, who had been watching from a distance, quickly rowed over to assist. With their combined efforts, they managed to pull the overflowing nets into the boats. The fish kept coming, their silver bodies flashing in the sunlight, filling both boats to the point of nearly sinking. Peter, overwhelmed by the miraculous catch, fell to his knees before Jesus, his eyes wide with awe and gratitude. "Go away from me, Lord. I am a sinful man." he said, his voice trembling with emotion. Jesus placed a reassuring hand on Peter's shoulder, his expression full of compassion and understanding. Don't be afraid. From now on, you will fish for people. Peter looked up at Jesus, his heart swelling with a newfound sense of purpose. In that moment, he knew his life would never be the same. The weary fisherman had been transformed into a follower of the Messiah, ready to cast his nets in a new, uncharted sea. The Sea of Galilee was known for its unpredictable moods. One moment it could be as calm as a sleeping child, and the next it could roar like a lion awakened from slumber. That morning, however, it was as if the sea itself had been touched by the hand of God, its waters reflecting the serenity of the miracle that had just taken place. Peter and his companions walked alongside Jesus, their hearts still racing from the excitement of the great catch. They passed by fishermen mending their nets and vendors setting up their stalls, the air filled with the scents of fresh fish and the sounds of a bustling marketplace. Yet the world seemed to have shifted, its colors a little brighter, its sounds a little clearer. Jesus led them to a quiet spot under a large olive tree. He sat down, and the others followed suit, forming a circle around him. The shade provided a cool respite from the growing heat of the day. Peter, Andrew, James, John, Jesus began, his voice gentle yet filled with authority. You have witnessed the power of faith. Today was just the beginning. There are many hearts to be reached, many lives to be changed. Peter nodded, his mind racing with questions. Master, how will we do this? We're just simple fishermen. Jesus smiled, a look of deep understanding in his eyes. It is not about who you are now, but who you will become. With faith, all things are possible. Andrew, always the practical one, asked, what about our families, our responsibilities? How can we leave everything behind? Jesus' gaze softened. Your families will be provided for. Trust in God's plan, and you will see his blessings unfold. As the day wore on, Jesus shared more of his vision with them, painting a picture of a world transformed by love and compassion. The disciples listened intently, their hearts swelling with a sense of purpose and excitement. Wow, what an incredible journey! From an empty net to a miraculous catch, and a calling that changed the world forever. Peter and his friends discovered the power of faith and adventure with Jesus. We hope you enjoyed the story as much as we did. If you loved this story, don't forget to give us a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel. Hit that bell icon so you never miss an exciting new adventure. And leave a comment below to let us know your favorite part. Thanks for watching, and remember, with faith, every day can be a great catch.
Once upon a time, in a bustling city where the sun danced in the sky like a golden ribbon, there lay a mysterious pool called Bethesda. This pool was no ordinary pool. Oh no. It shimmered with a magical glow that whispered tales of miracles and wonders to those who dared to listen. Nearby, in a small cottage nestled between two ancient olive trees, lived a young boy named Micah. Micah was a curious lad with eyes as bright as the morning sun and a heart as brave as a lion. Every day, he would wander down the cobbled streets of Jerusalem, listening wide-eyed to the stories of Bethesda from the elders who gathered in the market square. Tell us again. Grandpa Eli, Micah would plead, tugging at the hem of the old man's robe. Tell us about the healing pool. And so, with a twinkle in his eye and a voice as gentle as a breeze, Grandpa Eli would recount the tale. Long ago, there was a man who had been sick for 38 years. Grandpa Eli began, his voice weaving a tapestry of wonder. He lay by the pool of Bethesda, waiting for a miracle. They say that once a year, an angel would come down from heaven and stir the waters of the pool. The first person to step into the pool after the waters were stirred would be healed of any illness or ailment. Micah's eyes widened with excitement as he imagined the shimmering waters and the fluttering wings of the angel. "Did anyone ever get healed?" Grandpa, he asked eagerly. Grandpa Eli nodded solemnly. "Yes, Micah. Many people tried to be the first into the water when the angel came. But there was one man, a man who had been paralyzed for years, who had no one to help him into the pool. He lay there, day after day, hoping against hope for a miracle." Micah listened intently, his heart swelling with compassion for the man by the pool. "What happened to him, Grandpa?" "Well, one day," Grandpa Eli continued, leaning closer to Micah as if sharing a great secret, "a young man named Jesus of Nazareth came to the pool. Jesus, brave and full of mercy. He saw the man lying there and asked him why he had not entered the pool to be healed." Micah's imagination took flight as he pictured himself standing beside Jesus, gazing at the paralyzed man with eyes full of wonder and determination. The man looked up at Jesus with tears in his eyes. Grandpa Eli went on, his voice trembling with emotion. He said, "Sir, I have no one to help me into the pool when the water is stirred. Someone always gets there ahead of me." Micah's heart ached for the man's loneliness and despair. "What did Jesus do, Grandpa? Did he leave the man alone?" Grandpa Eli smiled gently at Micah, his eyes twinkling with pride. "No, Micah. Jesus did something truly remarkable. He took the man by the hand and helped him to his feet. With unwavering faith and a heart full of courage, Jesus spoke words of healing and strength to the man." "And did the man walk again?" Grandpa Micah asked, barely daring to breathe as he awaited Grandpa Eli's answer. Grandpa Eli nodded, his voice barely a whisper now. "Yes, Micah." In that moment of kindness and compassion, the man felt a warmth spread through his body. His legs grew strong beneath him, and with a cry of joy, he stood up and walked for the first time in 38 years. Micah's eyes shone with tears of joy and wonder. "Wow, Grandpa, Jesus really did perform a miracle." Grandpa Eli nodded, his heart overflowing with love for his young grandson. "Yes, Micah. Jesus showed us all that miracles happen not just in the waters of Bethesda, but in the kindness we show to one another. Remember, my boy, that faith and courage can move mountains and even heal the broken." And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of orange and gold, Micah vowed to carry the story of Bethesda in his heart forever. For he knew that in the city where the sun danced in the sky like a golden ribbon, miracles were not just stories, they were moments of courage, faith, and love that lived on in the hearts of those who believed. And so ends the tale of Bethesda, where the healing pool awaited those with hearts brave enough to believe in miracles and kindness that could change the world. Thank you for watching. Remember to like and subscribe.
The sun shone brightly over the bustling port of Caesarea as Paul, a brave and kind-hearted man, stood on the deck of a grand ship. Paul was on his way to Rome to stand trial before Caesar, but little did he know, an adventure awaited him. Alongside Paul were his loyal friends, Luke and Aristarchus, who were eager to support him through thick and thin. The ship's captain, a tall and sturdy man named Julius, was kind to Paul and allowed him a great deal of freedom. As the ship prepared to set sail, Paul looked out over the vast, glittering sea, feeling a mixture of excitement and anticipation. The sailors bustled around, tying ropes and adjusting sails, while the passengers, including Paul, settled into their quarters. With a loud creak and a mighty push, the ship slowly drifted away from the dock. Paul's heart raced with excitement as the adventure began. He turned to his friends and said, "This journey will be one to remember. Let's trust in God's guidance and see where He leads us." Days passed as the ship sailed smoothly across the Mediterranean Sea. The weather was perfect and everyone was in high spirits. However, Paul had a feeling that their journey would not be without challenges. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Paul gathered his friends and whispered, "I feel a storm is coming. We must be prepared." Just as Paul predicted, the next day brought dark clouds and howling winds. The once calm sea turned into a wild, turbulent monster. Waves crashed against the ship, and the wind howled like an angry beast. The sailors worked tirelessly to keep the ship steady, but the storm was relentless. Julius, the captain, approached Paul with a worried look. "Paul, we're in serious trouble. The storm is stronger than we anticipated. Do you have any advice?" Paul nodded calmly. "Stay strong and keep your faith. God will guide us through this storm. We must work together and trust in His protection." The storm raged on for days, tossing the ship like a toy. Everyone was exhausted and frightened, but Paul's unwavering faith kept their spirits high. He encouraged everyone to pray and trust in God's plan. As the storm showed no signs of letting up, Paul had a dream one night. In his dream, an angel appeared and said, "Do not be afraid, Paul. You must stand trial before Caesar, and God has graciously given you the lives of all who sail with you." The next morning, Paul shared his dream with the passengers and crew. "Take heart, everyone. An angel of God has assured me that we will all survive this storm. We must trust in Him and stay strong." Paul's words brought a glimmer of hope to the weary souls on the ship. With renewed determination, they continued to battle the storm, clinging to their faith. After 2 long weeks, the storm finally began to weaken. The clouds parted, and the sun peeked through, casting a golden glow over the sea. The sailors cheered, and even Julius smiled with relief. Just as everyone began to feel a sense of relief, disaster struck. The ship hit a hidden reef, and with a terrible crunch, it began to break apart. Panic ensued as passengers and crew scrambled to save themselves. Paul remained calm and shouted, "Do not be afraid. We will all be safe if we stay together. Trust in God's promise." Julius ordered everyone to grab pieces of the broken ship and use them as makeshift rafts. With Paul's guidance, they all managed to stay afloat and began paddling towards a distant island that Paul had spotted. The journey to the island was treacherous, but Paul's faith and courage inspired everyone. They fought against the waves and exhaustion, determined to reach safety. After hours of struggling, they finally reached the shore of the island of Malta. The islanders, seeing their distress, hurried to help them. They built a large fire to warm the shivering survivors and provided food and shelter. Paul, ever the leader, helped organize the group and ensured everyone was cared for. The islanders were amazed by his kindness and strength, and they listened eagerly as he shared stories of God's love and miracles. One day, as Paul gathered firewood, a snake bit him on the hand. The islanders watched in horror, expecting him to fall ill or die. But Paul simply shook off the snake into the fire and continued his work, unharmed. This miraculous event further convinced the islanders of God's protection over Paul and his companions. News of Paul's miraculous survival spread quickly across the island, and soon, many people came to him for healing and guidance. Paul prayed for the sick and injured, and God's power flowed through him, healing many. The island's chief, Publius, welcomed Paul and his friends into his home. Publius' father was very ill, and Paul prayed for him, resulting in a miraculous recovery. This act of kindness and faith solidified the bond between the islanders and Paul's group. During their stay on Malta, Paul continued to teach about God's love and power. The islanders were captivated by his stories and the miracles he performed. Many chose to follow God, inspired by Paul's unwavering faith. After 3 months on the island, a new ship arrived to take Paul and his friends to Rome. The islanders bid them a heartfelt farewell, grateful for the hope and healing Paul had brought to their lives. As they set sail once more, Paul stood at the bow of the ship, watching the island of Malta fade into the distance. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the adventure and the lives they had touched. The journey to Rome was much smoother, and Paul used the time to teach and encourage his fellow passengers. When they finally arrived in Rome, Paul was ready to face whatever challenges awaited him, knowing that God was with him every step of the way. In Rome, Paul was placed under house arrest, but this did not deter him from spreading God's message. He welcomed visitors, wrote letters to the early churches, and continued to inspire and uplift everyone he encountered. Paul's shipwreck adventure had taught him and his companions valuable lessons about faith, courage, and the power of God's protection. It was an experience that none of them would ever forget, and it strengthened their resolve to share God's love with the world. Paul's shipwreck adventure is a testament to the power of faith and the importance of trusting in God's plan. Through the storm, the shipwreck, and the miraculous events on the island of Malta, Paul's unwavering faith and bravery shone brightly, inspiring those around him and bringing hope to many. For young readers, Paul's story teaches that no matter how difficult or frightening a situation may be, trusting in God and staying strong in faith will guide them through. It is a reminder that adventures, big and small, are opportunities to learn, grow, and share God's love with others. As Paul's journey shows, with faith and courage, we can face any challenge and turn even the most perilous adventure into a tale of hope and triumph.
In the land of Egypt, where golden sands stretched as far as the eye could see, there lived a young Hebrew man named Joseph. His life had been a tumultuous journey from the pit where his jealous brothers had thrown him to the grand palace of Pharaoh himself. But it was in the heart of Egypt that Joseph's path would intersect with destiny. One day, as Joseph walked by the banks of the Nile, he saw a vision, a maiden of ethereal beauty. Her eyes sparkled like the stars and her skin glowed like the moon. Her name was Asenath, daughter of Potipherah, the Egyptian priest of On. She moved with grace, her laughter like a melody that danced on the desert breeze. Joseph's heart skipped a beat. He knew he was a foreigner, an outsider in this land. Yet he couldn't tear his gaze away from Asenath. She was a mystery and enigma wrapped in linen robes, and so he vowed to unravel her secrets. Joseph approached Asenath, his heart pounding. "Fair maiden," he said, "I am Joseph, a servant of Pharaoh. May I know your name?" Asenath's eyes narrowed. "You are a Hebrew," she replied, her voice cool. "My father worships Ra, the sun god. Our paths should not cross." Joseph's hope wavered, but he persisted. "Yet, our hearts beat beneath the same sky. Is there no room for love beyond borders?" Asenath turned away. "My heart belongs to Egypt," she said. "Go back to your people." Joseph couldn't forget Asenath. He prayed to his God, seeking guidance. And in a dream, an angel appeared, saying, "Asenath's heart can change. Show her the light of faith." Joseph approached Asenath once more, bearing gifts: a lotus flower, symbolizing purity, and a scroll with verses from the Torah. Asenath listened, her eyes softening. She began to question her beliefs, her heart torn between loyalty and love. And so Asenath repented. She abandoned the idols of Egypt and embraced the God of Israel. Joseph's heart soared, for he knew their love was no longer forbidden. Joseph and Asenath's love grew as they spent more time together. They shared their dreams, hopes, and fears. Joseph admired Asenath's intelligence and her dedication to learning about his God. Asenath was inspired by Joseph's faith and integrity. They supported each other through the challenges of blending their different cultures and beliefs. The 7 years of abundance passed and the famine began. Joseph's wisdom in storing grain saved Egypt and neighboring nations from starvation. People from distant lands came to Egypt to buy food. One day, Joseph's own brothers arrived, not recognizing him as the powerful governor of Egypt. Joseph was torn between revealing his identity and testing his brothers to see if they had changed. Joseph devised a plan to test his brothers' integrity by accusing them of being spies and insisting they bring their youngest brother, Benjamin, to Egypt. When they returned with Benjamin, Joseph could no longer contain his emotions. He revealed his identity, and there was much weeping and rejoicing. Joseph's brothers were filled with remorse for their past actions, and Joseph forgave them, recognizing God's hand in his journey. Joseph invited his father, Jacob, and his entire family to live in Egypt. They settled in the land of Goshen, where they prospered. Joseph and Asenath worked together to bridge the gap between their two cultures, showing that love and faith could transcend any differences. Their story became a testament to the power of forgiveness, faith, and unity. Joseph and Asenath's love story was passed down through generations, inspiring many. They showed that true love could overcome any barrier, and that faith could guide one through the darkest times. Their legacy was one of unity, forgiveness, and a love that knew no borders. The story of Joseph and Asenath is a timeless tale of love that transcends cultural boundaries and overcomes the greatest of challenges. It reminds us that with faith, forgiveness, and love, we can bridge any divide and create a legacy that inspires future generations. Thank you for joining us on this joyful adventure. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon for more fun Bible stories. See you next time. Once upon a time, in a land filled with hills and valleys, there lived a man named Gideon. Gideon was just an ordinary guy, minding his own business, when something extraordinary happened. One day, while Gideon was working in his family's wheat field, an angel appeared under a large, shady tree. Gideon was so surprised he nearly dropped his tools. The angel told Gideon, "The Lord is with you." Mighty warrior Gideon couldn't believe his ears. He looked around to make sure the angel was talking to him. "Who?" me, Gideon asked. "Yes, you said the angel. God has chosen you to save Israel from the Midianites." Gideon felt a mix of excitement and worry. He didn't feel like a mighty warrior at all. But the angel reassured him, "God will be with you, and you will strike down all the Midianites." Leaving none alive with that, Gideon knew he had an important mission ahead. Even though Gideon wanted to believe, he needed to be sure. So, Gideon decided to ask God for a sign. One night, he laid out a fleece on the ground and prayed, "If you really want me to save Israel, make the fleece wet with dew in the morning, but let the ground be dry." The next morning, Gideon woke up early and ran to the fleece. To his amazement, it was soaked with dew, but the ground around it was completely dry. "Wow," Gideon exclaimed. But just to be extra sure, he asked for one more sign. This time, he asked for the fleece to be dry and the ground to be wet. And guess what? It happened just as he asked. Gideon was now confident that God was with him. Feeling more confident, Gideon gathered an army. Many brave men from all over Israel joined him. They set up camp by the spring of Harod, ready to fight the Midianites. But God had a surprise for Gideon. "You have too many men," God said. "If you win, the people might think they did it all by themselves and forget that I helped them so." God told Gideon to send home anyone who was afraid. After sending the fearful men home, Gideon was left with 10,000 soldiers. But God said, "There are still too many men. Take them down to the water, and I will thin them out for you there at the river." Gideon watched as the men drank. Some knelt down and drank directly from the water, while others scooped the water with their hands and lapped it up. God told Gideon to choose only those who lapped the water with their hands. And so, Gideon was left with just 300 men. Now, Gideon had just 300 men, but he knew that with God's help, they could win. Gideon gave each man a trumpet, a jar, and a torch. "This is all we need," he told them with a confident smile. The men trusted Gideon and prepared for their daring plan. Under the cover of night, Gideon and his small but brave army marched towards the enemy camp. The night was silent, and the stars twinkled above them. Gideon's heart was filled with determination and faith. He knew this was going to be a night to remember. At night, Gideon and his 300 men surrounded the enemy camp. The Midianites were fast asleep, completely unaware of the surprise that awaited them. Gideon whispered to his men, "Watch me and follow my lead. When I blow my trumpet, blow yours and shout, for the Lord and for Gideon." When the moment came, Gideon blew his trumpet with all his might. His men followed, smashing their jars and raising their torches high. The noise and sudden light startled the Midianites, who woke up in a panic. They were so confused and frightened that they began to fight each other and ran away in fear. Gideon and his 300 men didn't even have to fight. Thanks to Gideon's bravery and God's guidance, the Israelites won the battle without lifting a sword. Gideon and his 300 men returned home as heroes. The whole village gathered to celebrate their victory. There was music, dancing, and so much joy. The villagers cheered and hugged their heroes. Gideon stood in the center, smiling proudly at his small but mighty army. The celebration went on into the night, with everyone singing and dancing under the starry sky. It was a night of joy and gratitude. And so, the small army that could, led by Gideon, taught us that with faith, courage, and a little help from above, even the smallest group can achieve great things. Remember, no matter how big the challenge, you can do amazing things too. Thanks for joining our adventure today, heroes. See you next time.
Our story today comes from the Bible, specifically from the book of Luke, chapter 10, verses 25 to 37. It's a tale that Jesus told to teach a lesson about kindness and love. Get ready for an adventure filled with excitement, suspense, and a beautiful message that will warm your heart. It was a bright and sunny morning in the bustling town of Jericho. The marketplace was alive with vibrant colors, delicious smells, and the cheerful chatter of people buying and selling goods. Birds chirped merrily, and children laughed as they played. In the midst of all this activity, there was a man named Benjamin. Benjamin was a merchant who sold the finest silks and spices. He was well known in Jericho for his cheerful personality and his honest dealings. But on this particular day, Benjamin was in a hurry. He had heard about a special market in Jerusalem where he could buy rare and precious goods. He packed his finest silks and spices into a large, sturdy bag, strapped it onto his donkey, and set off on the road to Jerusalem. The road from Jericho to Jerusalem was long and winding, snaking through hills and valleys. It was known to be a dangerous path because of the rocky cliffs and the lurking bandits who often hid there, waiting to ambush unsuspecting travelers. Benjamin was well aware of these dangers, but he was determined to reach Jerusalem and find the treasures he sought. As he walked along the dusty road, leading his donkey, Benjamin hummed a cheerful tune to keep his spirits high. The sun climbed higher in the sky, and the day grew hotter. Benjamin decided to take a short break in the shade of a large, ancient olive tree. He sat down, drank some water, and wiped the sweat from his brow. Little did he know, trouble was just around the corner. Just as Benjamin was about to continue his journey, he heard a rustling sound coming from the bushes nearby. Before he could react, a group of bandits leaped out from their hiding places. They were fierce and rough, with cruel eyes and greedy grins. Benjamin's heart pounded in his chest as he tried to reason with them. "Please, take whatever you want, but spare my life," he pleaded. The bandits laughed wickedly and grabbed his bag of silks and spices. They shoved Benjamin to the ground and began to beat him mercilessly. Benjamin tried to fight back, but he was outnumbered and soon overpowered. The bandits took everything he had, including his donkey, and left him lying on the side of the road, bruised and bleeding. Hours passed, and the scorching sun beat down on Benjamin. He was in great pain and too weak to move. Just when he thought all hope was lost, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. With great effort, he lifted his head and saw a priest walking down the road. The priest was dressed in fine robes and carried a scroll under his arm. "Help, please help me," Benjamin whispered, his voice barely audible. The priest glanced at Benjamin, but instead of helping, he quickly looked away and hurried past. He didn't want to get involved or risk becoming unclean by touching a wounded man. Benjamin's heart sank as he watched the priest disappear into the distance. Not long after, Benjamin heard more footsteps. This time, it was a Levite, a man who assisted in the temple and knew the laws of God. Surely he would help. Benjamin mustered all his strength and called out again, "Please, help me." The Levite paused and looked at Benjamin with a mixture of curiosity and concern. But then he shook his head and muttered to himself, "I have important duties to attend to. I cannot be delayed." And just like the priest, the Levite walked away, leaving Benjamin alone and helpless once more. Tears of despair welled up in Benjamin's eyes. He felt abandoned and forgotten. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the road, Benjamin heard the clip-clop of hooves and the jingle of bells. A traveler on a donkey was approaching. But this was no ordinary traveler. He was a Samaritan, a man from a region that many Jews despised and avoided. Benjamin had little hope that this man would help him, but he was too weak to care. To Benjamin's surprise, the Samaritan stopped when he saw him. The stranger's eyes were filled with compassion as he knelt beside Benjamin and gently examined his wounds. "Don't worry, my friend. I will take care of you," the Samaritan said in a soothing voice. He carefully cleaned and bandaged Benjamin's wounds with the oil and wine he carried. Then, with great effort, he lifted Benjamin onto his own donkey and led him to a nearby inn. At the inn, the Samaritan spoke with the innkeeper and explained the situation. "Please, take care of this man. Here are 2 silver coins to cover his expenses. If the cost is more, I will repay you when I return." The innkeeper nodded and assured the Samaritan that he would look after Benjamin. The Samaritan stayed with Benjamin that night, making sure he was comfortable and well cared for. Benjamin was deeply moved by the kindness of this stranger, someone he never expected to help him. Over the next few days, Benjamin slowly regained his strength. The innkeeper and the Samaritan took turns tending to his needs, bringing him food and water, and changing his bandages. As Benjamin lay in his bed, he thought about the events that had transpired. He realized that true kindness and compassion could come from the most unexpected places. One morning, as Benjamin was well enough to sit up and talk, the Samaritan came to see him. "How are you feeling today?" he asked with a warm smile. "I am much better, thanks to you," Benjamin replied. "You saved my life. I don't know how I can ever repay you." The Samaritan shook his head. "There is no need for repayment. Helping you was the right thing to do. Just remember to show the same kindness to others whenever you can." When the time came for Benjamin to leave the inn and continue his journey, the Samaritan walked with him to the edge of town. "Take care, my friend," the Samaritan said. "And remember, kindness knows no boundaries." Benjamin nodded, his heart filled with gratitude and a newfound understanding of what it meant to be a true neighbor. Benjamin finally reached Jerusalem, where he found the treasures he had been seeking. But more importantly, he carried with him the treasure of a powerful lesson. He shared his story with everyone he met, spreading the message of the Good Samaritan and the importance of showing love and kindness to all people, regardless of their background or beliefs. And so, the parable of the Good Samaritan lived on, inspiring generations to come. The kind stranger's actions taught everyone that true neighbors are those who show love and kindness, not just to those they know, but to anyone in need. As Jesus said, "Go and do likewise." Kids, just like Benjamin learned, true heroes come in all shapes and sizes. You don't need a cape or superpowers to be a hero. You just need a kind heart and a willingness to help others. The next time you see someone in need, remember the Good Samaritan and step in to lend a hand. You have the power to make a big difference, one kind act at a time. Thank you for joining us on this exciting adventure. If you enjoyed this story and want to hear more, please like and subscribe to our channel. We have many more amazing stories to share, filled with fun, adventure, and important lessons. Until next time, keep being kind and spreading joy.
It was a bright and sunny day in the small village of Connor, nestled in the rolling hills of Galilee. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the cheerful chirping of birds. But today, there was something extra special in the air. A sense of excitement and anticipation. The entire village was buzzing because a grand wedding was about to take place. Amidst this festive atmosphere, young Sarah and her brother Joshua raced down the cobblestone streets, their faces beaming with joy. "Hurry up, Joshua. We don't want to miss anything," Sarah called out, her voice ringing with excitement. Joshua, always the curious one, was just as eager. "Do you think Jesus will really come?" Mama said he might. Their mother, Miriam, had told them that Jesus, a man known for his miraculous deeds, was invited to the wedding along with his mother, Mary. The children had heard stories about him and were eager to see him in person. As they arrived at the grand courtyard, the wedding venue was a sight to behold. Colorful banners fluttered in the wind, tables were laden with delicious food, and laughter filled the air. As the guests began to arrive, the bride and groom, Hannah and Nathan, stood at the entrance, greeting everyone with warm smiles. The children's eyes sparkled with delight when they spotted Jesus and his disciples walking into the courtyard. Mary was right beside him, her face radiating kindness and grace. "Look, there he is," whispered Sarah, nudging Joshua. The children watched in awe as Jesus greeted the hosts and mingled with the guests. His presence seemed to bring an extra layer of joy and peace to the celebration. As the festivities continued, the children couldn't help but sneak glances at Jesus. He seemed so ordinary yet extraordinary at the same time. There was a sense of something magical about him, something that made the children feel like they were in the presence of someone very special. Just as the celebration was in full swing, Miriam, Sarah, and Joshua's mother noticed a worried look on the face of the head steward. He was whispering urgently to the servants, and there was a hint of panic in his eyes. "What's wrong, Mama?" asked Joshua, always quick to notice when something was amiss. Miriam glanced around and then whispered back, "I think they're running out of wine." That's a big problem at a wedding like this. It's very embarrassing for the hosts. Sarah's eyes widened. "Oh no, what will they do?" Meanwhile, Mary noticed the commotion as well and went straight to Jesus. "They have no more wine," she said quietly, her eyes full of concern. Jesus looked at her and replied, "Dear woman, why do you involve me? My time has not yet come." But Mary, with the wisdom of a loving mother, simply turned to the servants and said, "Do whatever he tells you." The servants, although puzzled, nodded in agreement. Jesus then instructed them to fill 6 large stone water jars with water. Each jar could hold about 20 to 30 gallons. The servants hurried to obey, their hearts pounding with a mix of curiosity and hope. The children watched intently, their excitement growing with each passing moment. "What do you think he's going to do?" whispered Joshua, his eyes wide with anticipation. Sarah shook her head, equally mystified. "I don't know, but I have a feeling it's going to be amazing." When the jars were filled to the brim, Jesus said to the servants, "Now, draw some out and take it to the master of the banquet." The servants did as they were told, though they couldn't help but exchange puzzled glances. Water. To the master of the banquet? What was going on? As the master of the banquet took a sip from the cup, his eyes widened in astonishment. He immediately called the bridegroom over. Everyone brings out the choice wine first and then the cheaper wine after the guests have had too much to drink. but you have saved the best till now." The guests, hearing the master's words, began to murmur in surprise. How could this be? They knew the wine had run out. But as the word spread, everyone started to taste the wine, and to their amazement, it was the finest they had ever had. The children were ecstatic. "He did it. He made a miracle," Joshua exclaimed, jumping up and down. Sarah's face lit up with joy. Jesus turned the water into wine. How wonderful! The bride and groom, overwhelmed with gratitude, thanked Jesus profusely. The atmosphere of the wedding transformed from one of worry to one of overwhelming joy and celebration. The guests danced and laughed, the music grew louder, and the feast continued with renewed vigor. As the celebration went on, Jesus took a moment to sit with the children. Sarah and Joshua couldn't contain their excitement. "How did you do it, Jesus? How did you turn the water into wine?" Joshua asked, his eyes wide with wonder. Jesus smiled gently. Sometimes, all it takes is a little faith and willingness to believe in something greater than ourselves. When we trust and have faith, miracles can happen. Sarah looked thoughtful. "So, you mean we should always believe and trust, even when things seem impossible?" Jesus nodded. "Exactly. Sarah, faith is a powerful thing. It can move mountains and change lives." The children's hearts swelled with the warmth of his words. They felt a deep sense of peace and understanding, knowing that with faith, anything was possible. The wedding feast continued late into the night. The moon shone brightly in the sky, casting a magical glow over the courtyard. The guests danced and sang, celebrating not only the union of the bride and groom, but also the miraculous event they had witnessed. As the stars twinkled above, Sarah and Joshua sat with their family, feeling grateful for the unforgettable day. Miriam looked at her children and smiled. "Remember this day, my loves. Remember the miracle and the lesson of faith that Jesus taught us." And so, the miracle at Cana became a story that the villagers would tell for generations to come. It was a story of faith, of trust, and of the wondrous things that can happen when we believe. As the village of Cana settled back into its peaceful rhythm, the memory of the wedding and the miracle that took place there lingered in the hearts of all who were present. The children, Sarah and Joshua, grew up carrying the lessons of that day with them, always remembering to have faith and trust in the power of miracles. And so, the story of the miracle at Cana continued to inspire and captivate, reminding everyone that with a little faith and a lot of love, anything is possible.
Once upon a time, in the rolling hills of Bethlehem, there lived a young shepherd named David. His eyes sparkled like the morning dew, and his heart danced to the rhythm of the wind. But David had a secret, a magical secret that would change the fate of a kingdom. In the court of King Saul, darkness loomed. The king's heart was heavy, burdened by an evil spirit that tormented him day and night. His advisors whispered, "Find a musician, a harpist, to soothe the king's troubled soul." And so the search began. Messengers rode far and wide, seeking a harpist whose music could pierce the shadows. They arrived at Jesse's humble home, where David tended to his father's sheep. David's eyes widened when he heard their request. Could he, a mere shepherd, calm the mighty king? David stood before King Saul, his harp cradled in his arms. The court held its breath as he plucked the strings. The air shimmered with anticipation. Would David's music be enough to banish the darkness? The harp sang, a melody woven from starlight and courage. David's fingers danced, and the room filled with colors unseen. The king's troubled eyes softened, and he leaned back on his throne. The evil spirit recoiled, defeated by the magic of David's harp. Word spread throughout the kingdom. David became the court's favorite storyteller. His harp summoned rainbows after storms, and flowers bloomed at his touch. Children gathered wide-eyed as he played. They whispered, "David's music heals hearts." But there was more to David's harp than met the eye. When the moon hung low, he'd sneak into the palace gardens. There, hidden among the roses, he'd play a secret tune, one that unlocked hidden doors and revealed ancient scrolls. One moonlit night, David discovered a prophecy. He who plays the harp of light shall save the kingdom. The words glowed like fireflies, etching themselves into his heart. David knew his destiny lay beyond the castle walls. With his trusty sheepdog Harmony by his side, David embarked on a whimsical adventure. He crossed enchanted forests, climbed rainbow bridges, and danced with talking animals. Along the way, he met a mischievous sprite named Melodia, who sang riddles and rhymes. At the heart of the kingdom stood the Cave of Shadows. Within its depths, the evil spirit brewed its darkest spells. David faced trials, riddles, puzzles, and tests of bravery, but his harp never faltered. Its music echoed through the cave, dispelling darkness like morning mist. And then the final battle arrived. King Saul, now free from torment, joined David. Together they played a duet, a harmony of hope and redemption. The cave trembled and the evil spirit shrieked. Light burst forth, banishing the shadows forever. David returned to the palace, his harp aglow. The kingdom rejoiced, and children danced in the streets. King Saul declared, "David, you are my truest friend. Your music has healed not only my soul, but our land." David's harp became a symbol of peace. Its notes echoed through generations, calming storms and turning enemies into friends. Whenever darkness threatened, children would whisper, "Play the harp of light, David. Play for us all." And so he did. And so, David gathered the village kids, the curious, the dreamers, and the mischief makers. They sat in a circle, eyes widened, waiting for the next chapter of their whimsical adventure. "Children," David said, "bravery isn't about armor or swords. It's about facing the unknown with a heart full of hope. Remember how I stood before King Saul? I was just a shepherd, but my harp held magic. So when life throws challenges your way, strum your inner harp. You'll find courage where you least expect it." Ah, the power of music, David grinned. When King Saul's soul trembled, my harp sang. Children, your words, your laughter, your kindness, they're like notes on a magical staff. Play them well, heal hearts, and who knows, maybe you'll banish a few shadows too. Harmony here, David patted the sheepdog, is proof. Friends don't need crowns or fancy titles. They need wagging tails, warm gazes, and shared adventures. So be open. You might find a Melodia, a sprite, a squirrel, or even a star waiting to be your friend. Life's like an ancient scroll, David mused, full of riddles and prophecies. Pay attention, kids. Your destiny might be etched in golden letters. Seek hidden paths, unravel mysteries, and dance with the moon. Who knows? You might play your own harp of light. See that butterfly? David pointed. It flits between sunbeams and shadows. Life's like that, a dance of light and darkness. When shadows creep, play your harp louder. Be the melody that dispels fear. And remember, even the darkest caves hold secrets worth discovering. David, a little girl asked, will our stories matter? More than you know, David replied. Your laughter, your kindness, your dreams, they echo through generations. So be a rainbow for those who come after. Play your harp and let its music ripple across time. Till next time, little adventurers, keep your hearts brave and your spirits bright. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell for more magical stories.
Imagine travelling back in time, way, way back, to when there was nothing but darkness and silence. But wait, what's that? Boom. Suddenly, there's a flash of light, and the story of our world begins. A long, long time ago, before there was anything at all, no sun, no moon, not even a single star, there was just darkness. It was like the world was waiting for something amazing to happen. And then, in the blink of an eye, God decided to start creating. With a voice as powerful as thunder, God said, "Let there be light." And boom! Suddenly, there was light everywhere. It was bright and warm, chasing away the darkness. God looked at the light and smiled. It was good. He called the light day and the darkness night. And that was the very first day of creation. On the second day, God had another brilliant idea. He looked at the water covering everything and decided to create something truly spectacular. With a wave of his hand, he made the sky. It was like a huge, beautiful dome, separating the water below from the water above. The sky was a place where clouds could float and birds could someday fly. God saw the sky, stretching out like a giant blue blanket, and thought it was perfect. And that was the second day. The next day, God was on a roll. He looked at the water and said, "Let the water gather together in one place so that dry land can appear." And just like that, mountains rose up, valleys dipped low, and dry land appeared. But God wasn't done yet. He covered the land with all kinds of plants, tall trees, colourful flowers, and tasty fruits and vegetables. The world was starting to look really amazing, and God saw that it was good. And that was the third day. Now it was time to add some sparkle to the sky. On the fourth day, God created the sun to shine during the day, filling the world with warmth and light. But when night came, he didn't leave it in darkness. No way. He made the moon and sprinkled the night sky with twinkling stars like a giant sparkly blanket. The sun, moon, and stars were perfect for marking days, seasons, and years. God looked up at his masterpiece and saw that it was good, and that was the fourth day. The next day, the world was ready for some living creatures. On the fifth day, God filled the oceans with fish of every kind, big ones, small ones, fast ones, and slow ones. Dolphins leaped out of the water, and colourful fish darted around coral reefs. But God didn't stop there. He also filled the sky with birds. From tiny hummingbirds to majestic eagles, the sky was alive with wings and songs. God watched the fish swim and the birds fly and thought it was all very good. And that was the fifth day. By the sixth day, the world was buzzing with life, but God had something extra special planned. He created all the animals that live on land, furry lions, tall giraffes, playful puppies, and so many more. But God saved the best for last. He made the very first humans, a man named Adam and a woman named Eve. They were different from everything else God had created because they were made in his image. God gave them the job of taking care of the world and everything in it. He looked at everything he had made and saw that it was very, very good. And that was the sixth day. After 6 days of creating, God's work was done. The world was full of light, sky, land, seas, plants, animals, and people. It was beautiful and perfect in every way. So on the seventh day, God rested. He blessed this day and made it holy, a special day of rest for everyone and everything. And that's how the world came to be. And just like that, the adventure of creation had begun. From the spark of that very first light to the vast, colourful world we see today, God's incredible imagination turned darkness into dazzling beauty. Every sunrise, every twinkling star, and every playful animal is a part of this grand masterpiece. So, next time you look at the sky or see a rainbow, remember, it's all part of an amazing story that started with a single magical moment. Thanks for joining us on this cosmic journey. Until next time, keep dreaming big and exploring the wonders of our world.
In the distant deserts of ancient times, as told in the book of Genesis in the Bible, lived a brave woman named Hagar. Her journey through the wilderness with her son Ishmael was filled with challenges and divine encounters that showed God's care and promises. Inspired by her story, let's embark on an imaginative adventure with a young girl named Hagar, who, like her namesake, discovers strength and hope in the desert.
In a distant desert where golden sands stretch endlessly, lives a brave and curious girl named Hagar. One sunny morning, Hagar discovers a shimmering map half buried in the sand. With her trusty camel Sandy by her side, she sets off on an adventure to uncover a hidden oasis said to grant great strength and wisdom. As they journey together, they encounter whimsical desert creatures like Gigi the gecko and Lenny the lizard, who decide to join their quest, adding excitement and companionship to their journey. As they venture deeper into the desert, Hagar and her friends stumble upon a peculiar cactus named Cora. To their surprise, Cora can sing. She serenades them with a cheerful song about the oasis, sharing tales of hidden springs and ancient secrets. She offers them a magical flower that blooms only at night, guiding them on their path. The song fills them with hope and determination, making their journey seem less daunting and more like an exciting adventure. Suddenly, a sandstorm begins to swirl around them. But this is no ordinary sandstorm, it's Fred, the friendly sandstorm. Fred whirls around playfully, clearing their path and revealing an ancient sign pointing toward the hidden oasis. He tells them stories of the desert's history and the many travelers who have passed before. Fred's playful nature and helpful guidance boost their spirits, making the desert feel less like a vast unknown and more like a land of possibilities. As they continue their journey, the group encounters a beautiful mirage. At first, it seems like a trick of the desert, shimmering with images of lush greenery and cool waters. But Hagar, with her keen eye and brave heart, touches the mirage and realizes it's an enchanted portal. With a leap of faith and trust in each other, they step through and find themselves much closer to the oasis. The mirage was a test of their faith, just as many stories in the Bible test the faith of those who follow their path. Through the portal, they meet Toby, the wise old tortoise, who shares stories of the desert's secrets and teaches them about inner strength and perseverance. Toby's tales are filled with wisdom, much like the Proverbs of the Bible, and he teaches Hagar that true strength comes from within. He gives Hagar a magical amulet that glows when they are on the right path, a symbol of their growing wisdom and strength. The journey brings them to a sparkling stream guarded by a family of playful otters. The otters, with their mischievous grins and joyful antics, challenge Hagar and her friends to a fun game of riddles and races, promising to reveal the next clue to the oasis if they win. The stream's cool waters and the otters' laughter remind Hagar of the importance of joy and friendship, even in challenging times. As night falls, the magical flower given by Korah blooms, lighting up their way with a gentle glow. The desert transforms under the moonlight, looking almost magical and dreamlike. They follow the glowing petals, which create a path leading them ever closer to their goal. The blooming flower symbolizes hope and guidance, much like the guiding star in biblical tales, leading them through the darkest parts of their journey. As they near the oasis, the group meets Luna, the guardian of the oasis, a majestic white owl with wise, sparkling eyes. Luna tests their courage and kindness, ensuring they are worthy of the oasis's gifts. Her questions and challenges are reminiscent of the parables in the Bible, teaching them valuable lessons about compassion and bravery. Only by proving their hearts and spirits can they gain entry to the hidden sanctuary. At long last, they reach the hidden oasis, a paradise with lush greenery, sparkling waters, and abundant life. Here, Hagar drinks from the magical spring, feeling a surge of strength and wisdom flow through her. Her friends celebrate with her, knowing they've all grown from this incredible journey. The oasis is a reward for their faith and perseverance, a reminder that true strength comes from within and is nurtured by love and friendship. With newfound strength and wisdom, Hagar returns home with her friends. The journey has taught them about friendship, courage, and the power of hope. Hagar shares her story with everyone in her village, inspiring them to believe in themselves and their dreams. Her tale, echoing the ancient biblical journey, reminds everyone that with faith and determination, even the most challenging paths can lead to beautiful destinations. As Hagar and her friends returned home, their hearts were filled with strength and wisdom from their incredible journey. They had discovered that with courage, friendship, and hope, even the most daunting challenges could be overcome. Just like the Hagar from the ancient tales, our Hagar showed that true strength comes from within, and so they all lived happily, inspired by the lessons of the desert and ready for any adventure that lay ahead.
Once upon a time, in a bustling city called Joppa, a seaport on the Mediterranean coast, there lived a young man named Jonah. Jonah was known for his adventurous spirit and his love for the sea. He spent his days exploring the docks, watching ships sail off into the horizon and dreaming of far-off lands. But little did he know that his next escapade would be the most extraordinary one yet. One sunny morning, God's voice echoed in Jonah's ears, "Jonah, arise. Go to Nineveh and warn its people about their wicked ways." But Jonah, being the adventurous soul he was, decided to take a detour. Instead of heading to Nineveh, he boarded a ship bound for Tarshish, a city known for its exotic spices and vibrant markets. As the ship sailed across the sparkling blue sea, a fierce storm brewed. Waves crashed against the vessel, threatening to swallow it whole. The sailors panicked, tossing cargo overboard, praying to their gods for mercy. Meanwhile, Jonah, blissfully asleep below deck, remained oblivious to the chaos above. Just when things seemed dire, a massive shadow loomed beneath the ship. The sailors gasped as a colossal whale breached the surface. Its mouth opened wide, and Jonah found himself tumbling into the whale's belly. But instead of darkness and despair, Jonah discovered a cozy chamber filled with luminescent seaweed and glowing fish. "Hello there," said the whale, its voice echoing. "I'm Whaley, the friendliest whale in the sea. Welcome to my humble abode." Jonah blinked in surprise. "You can talk?" "Of course," Whaley replied. "I've been a visitor. You see, I've got a secret, a treasure hidden deep within me." Whaley swam to a corner of the chamber and nudged a chest. Jonah opened it, revealing a dusty old scroll. Unrolling it, he gasped it was a map. Not just any map, but a detailed one showing the winding streets of Nineveh, complete with tiny illustrations of mischievous cats and bustling marketplaces. Jonah, Whaley said, "This map holds the key to Nineveh's heart. If you follow it, you'll find not just the city's physical streets, but also its hopes, dreams, and hidden kindness." Jonah's heart raced. "But why entrust this to me?" Because Whaley replied, "You're the only one who can bridge the gap between land and sea, between prophecy and adventure. Go, my friend, and share the map with Nineveh. Show them that compassion can change their course." Jonah swam out of Whaley's belly, clutching the precious map. Back in Nineveh, he unrolled it before the people. Their eyes widened as they traced the streets, their hearts stirred by the illustrations. Jonah spoke of compassion, forgiveness, and second chances. And you know what? The people listened. From the lowliest beggar to the Grand Vizier, they turned from their wicked ways. Even the cats stopped chasing mice. God, seeing their sincere repentance, spared Nineveh from destruction. Jonah, now wearing a snorkel because why not, grinned. "Whaley," he said, "you're a true friend." The people of Nineveh celebrated their newfound goodness with a massive parade. Jonah rode atop Whaley's back, waving to the crowd. The fish swam alongside, blowing bubbles in delight. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, Jonah realized that sometimes the most unexpected friendships lead to the greatest transformations. And that, my friends, is the tale of Jonah and the big fish, a whale of a tale that reminds us to be compassionate, even when faced with slimy situations. Remember, kids, adventure awaits. Just be sure to follow God's GPS next time.
Welcome, adventurers. Today on the Psalms Explorer, we're exploring Psalm 139, the mystery of the hidden treasure. You have searched me, Lord, and you know me. You know when I sit and when I rise. You perceive my thoughts from afar. You discern my going out and my lying down. You are familiar with all my ways. Before a word is on my tongue, you, Lord, know it completely. You hem me in behind, and before, and you lay your hand upon me. Such knowledge is too wonderful for me, too lofty for me to attain. Where can I go from your spirit? Where can I flee from your presence? If I go up to the heavens, you are there. If I make my bed in the depths, you are there. If I rise on the wings of the dawn, if I settle on the far side of the sea, even there your hand will guide me, your right hand will hold me fast. If I say, surely the darkness will hide me and the light become night around me, even the darkness will not be dark to you. The night will shine like the day, for darkness is as light to you. For you created my inmost being. You knit me together in my mother's womb. I praise you, because I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Your works are wonderful, I know that full well. My frame was not hidden from you when I was made in the secret place, when I was woven together in the depths of the earth. Your eyes saw my unformed body. All the days ordained for me were written in your book, before one of them came to be. How precious to me are your thoughts, God. How vast is the sum of them. Were I to count them, they would outnumber the grains of sand. When I awake, I am still with you. If only you, God, would slay the wicked. Away from me, you who are bloodthirsty. They speak of you with evil intent. Your adversaries misuse your name. Do I not hate those who hate you, Lord, and abhor those who are in rebellion against you? I have nothing but hatred for them. I count them my enemies. Search me, God, and know my heart. Test me, and know my anxious thoughts. See if there is any offensive way in me, and lead me in the way everlasting.
Once upon a time, in the rolling hills of the land of Israel, there lived a kind and gentle woman named Hannah. Hannah lived in the town of Ramah with her husband, Elkanah, who loved her dearly. But there was a cloud that hung over Hannah's heart. She had no children. In those days, this was a great sadness, and it weighed heavily on her soul. Hannah's story begins during the annual trip to Shiloh, where people from all over Israel came to worship the Lord. As the sun rose and painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, the family prepared for their journey. The streets buzzed with excitement as families packed their belongings, ready to set off. Elkanah was a kind and generous man who cared deeply for Hannah. He noticed her sadness and always tried to cheer her up. "Hannah, my love, why do you weep?" he asked gently as they walked along the dusty path. "Am I not more to you than 10 sons?" Hannah managed a small smile, appreciating his words, but deep down her longing for a child remained. They travelled on, the scenery shifting from the bustling town to the serene countryside, where wildflowers danced in the breeze and birds sang joyful songs. As they reached Shiloh, the town was alive with the sound of laughter and the scent of roasted meat and fresh bread wafting through the air. People greeted each other warmly, their faces glowing with happiness. Yet, amidst the joyous celebrations, Hannah's heart felt heavy. On the day of the sacrifice, Hannah's emotions became too overwhelming to contain. She slipped away from the festive crowd, seeking solitude in the quiet sanctuary of the temple. Inside, the flickering light of the lamps cast long shadows, creating a solemn atmosphere. With tears streaming down her face, Hannah knelt before the altar. She poured out her heart to the Lord, her voice barely a whisper. "O Lord of hosts, if you will indeed look on the affliction of your maidservant and remember me, and not forget your maidservant, but will give your maidservant a male child, then I will give him to the Lord all the days of his life." As she prayed, she wept bitterly, her body trembling with the intensity of her plea. She prayed so fervently that her lips moved, but no sound came out. The high priest Eli, sitting nearby, noticed her unusual behavior. Thinking she was drunk, he approached her with a stern expression. "How long will you be drunk?" "Put away your wine," he scolded. Hannah looked up, her eyes red and puffy from crying. "No, my lord," she replied earnestly. "I am a woman of sorrowful spirit. I have drunk neither wine nor intoxicating drink, but have poured out my soul before the Lord." Eli's stern expression softened as he realized her sincerity. "Go in peace," he said kindly, "and may the God of Israel grant your petition which you have asked of him." Hannah left the temple with a glimmer of hope in her heart. She wiped her tears and joined her family, feeling a sense of peace that she hadn't felt in a long time. Months passed, and Hannah's heart was still filled with the memory of her prayer. She held on to her faith, trusting that God had heard her. Then, one bright morning, as the first rays of sunlight peeked over the horizon, Hannah felt something different. Could it be? Her heart raced with anticipation. Days turned into weeks, and soon it became clear Hannah was going to have a baby. Her joy knew no bounds. She laughed and cried tears of happiness, her face glowing with the light of her miracle. Elkanah shared in her joy, lifting her off the ground and twirling her around. The entire town of Ramah buzzed with the news of Hannah's blessing. Friends and neighbors visited her, bringing gifts and sharing in her excitement. Hannah's home was filled with the sound of laughter and celebration, a stark contrast to the silence that once haunted her. As her belly grew round and full, Hannah spent her days preparing for the arrival of her precious child. She wove tiny garments from the softest wool and sang lullabies while rocking in her chair. Her heart overflowed with gratitude to the Lord, who had answered her prayer. The day finally arrived when Hannah gave birth to a beautiful baby boy. She and Elkanah named him Samuel, which means asked of God, holding Samuel in her arms. Hannah's heart swelled with love and awe. She knew that Samuel was a special gift, destined for a great purpose. True to her vow, Hannah remembered her promise to the Lord. When Samuel was old enough, she and Elkanah traveled to Shiloh once again, this time with their precious son. The journey was filled with anticipation and a touch of sadness, knowing they were about to fulfill their solemn promise. Upon arriving at the temple, Hannah approached Eli, who was now much older but still serving as the high priest. With Samuel in her arms, she spoke with a voice full of emotion. "Oh, my Lord, as your soul lives, my Lord, I am the woman who stood by you here, praying to the Lord. For this child I prayed, and the Lord has granted me my petition which I asked of him. Therefore, I also have lent him to the Lord. As long as he lives, he shall be lent to the Lord." Eli's eyes softened as he looked at the young boy. He blessed Samuel and prayed for God's guidance and protection over him. Hannah's heart ached at the thought of leaving her son, but she knew it was part of God's greater plan. As Hannah and Elkanah made their way back to Ramah, a mix of emotions swirled within her. She missed Samuel dearly, but also felt an overwhelming sense of peace and fulfillment. Her heart was filled with a song of thanksgiving, a melody that echoed her gratitude and faith. Hannah's song of thanksgiving became known throughout the land, a testament to her unwavering faith and the miraculous answer to her prayer. Her words were a beautiful blend of joy and reverence, praising God for his mercy and greatness. "My heart rejoices in the Lord, my horn is exalted in the Lord. I smile at my enemies because I rejoice in your salvation. No one is holy like the Lord, for there is none besides you, nor is there any rock like our God." Her song continued, filled with poetic imagery and profound truths. It was a song that resonated with all who heard it, reminding them of the power of prayer and the faithfulness of God. Samuel grew up in the temple under the guidance of Eli. He was a bright and curious boy, always eager to learn and help. The temple was his playground, and he found joy in the daily routines and rituals. One night, as Samuel lay in his bed, he heard a voice calling his name. "Samuel, Samuel!" Startled, he jumped out of bed and ran to Eli's room. "Here I am, for you called me," he said. But Eli shook his head. "I did not call, lie down again." Samuel returned to his bed, puzzled. This happened 3 times, and each time, Eli assured him he hadn't called. Finally, Eli realized that it was the Lord calling the boy. "Go, lie down, and it shall be, if he calls you, that you must say, 'Speak, Lord, for your servant hears.'" Samuel did as Eli instructed. When the voice called again, Samuel responded, "Speak, Lord, for your servant hears." The Lord spoke to Samuel, revealing his plans for Israel. From that day on, Samuel grew in wisdom and stature, and the Lord was with him. As Samuel grew into a man, he became a prophet and a judge over Israel. His life was a testament to the power of faith and the fulfillment of God's promises. He led the people with wisdom and integrity, always seeking the Lord's guidance. Hannah's heart swelled with pride and joy as she watched her son fulfill his divine purpose. She often visited him in Shiloh, bringing him new garments and sharing in his triumphs and challenges. Her faith had been rewarded in ways she could never have imagined. Hannah's story spread far and wide, inspiring countless others to trust in God's plan and remain steadfast in their faith. Her legacy of hope and perseverance continued to shine brightly, a beacon of light for all who faced their own struggles and doubts. In the quiet moments of her life, Hannah would often sit by the window, gazing at the stars and reflecting on her journey. She knew that her story was not just about her, but about the boundless love and mercy of the Lord. It was a story of miracles, faith, and the incredible power of a heartfelt prayer. And so Hannah's prayer became a timeless reminder that no matter how impossible a situation may seem, with faith and trust in God, miracles can and do happen. Her story, filled with vibrant colors, whimsical adventures, and unwavering faith, continues to captivate the hearts of children and adults alike, drawing them closer to the love and grace of the Lord. If you enjoyed this story, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button for more whimsical and colorful tales from the Bible. Don't forget to click the notification bell so you never miss an exciting new story. Share this video with your friends and family and let us know in the comments what other Bible stories you'd like to hear. Stay tuned for more captivating adventures that bring the timeless lessons of faith, courage, and God's love to life. Until next time, keep believing.
In a land where dreams danced on the wings of the wind and the stars whispered secrets to those who dared to listen, there lived a young boy named Zechariah. One night, as the moon cast its silvery glow over the ancient city of Jerusalem, Zechariah had a vision that would change his life forever. This is the story of that vision, a tale of hope, adventure, and the promise of a brighter tomorrow. Zechariah was a curious boy, always eager to explore the world around him. One evening, as he wandered through the quiet streets of Jerusalem, he noticed a strange figure standing at the edge of the city. The figure held a long, golden measuring line that shimmered in the moonlight. "Who are you?" Zechariah asked, his voice trembling with excitement and a hint of fear. The stranger turned, revealing a kind face with eyes that sparkled like the stars. "I am an angel sent by the Lord," he said. "I have come to measure Jerusalem and bring a message of hope and restoration." Zechariah's heart raced. "What does that mean?" he asked, his eyes wide with wonder. The angel smiled. "Come with me, and you shall see." Zechariah followed the angel through the city, his mind buzzing with questions. As they walked, the angel explained that Jerusalem had been through many hardships, but God had a plan to restore it to its former glory. "Look around you," the angel said, gesturing to the crumbling walls and empty streets. "This city will once again be filled with people, laughter, and joy. The Lord has promised to protect and bless Jerusalem." Zechariah felt a surge of hope. "But how will this happen?" he asked. The angel's eyes twinkled. "That is what we are here to discover." As they reached the outskirts of the city, Zechariah saw another angel approaching. This angel carried a scroll filled with intricate drawings and symbols. "Behold," the first angel said, "this is the plan for Jerusalem's restoration." Zechariah peered at the scroll, his eyes widening as he saw images of towering walls, bustling markets, and lush gardens. "It's beautiful," he whispered. The second angel nodded. "Indeed, it is. But there is much work to be done. The people must have faith and work together to rebuild their city." Zechariah and the angels continued their journey, visiting different parts of the city. They saw families struggling to rebuild their homes, children playing in the rubble, and elders praying for a better future. Will they succeed? Zechariah asked, his voice filled with concern. The first angel placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. With faith and determination, they will. But they must also trust in the Lord's promise. As they walked, Zechariah noticed a group of people arguing over how to rebuild a section of the wall. The angels watched silently, their expressions thoughtful. "Sometimes, the greatest challenges come from within," the second angel said. "But with unity and faith, even the most difficult obstacles can be overcome." Just as Zechariah began to feel hopeful, a shadow fell over the city. He turned to see a group of dark figures lurking in the distance, their eyes filled with malice. "Who are they?" Zechariah asked, his heart pounding. The first angel's face grew serious. "They are enemies of Jerusalem, seeking to destroy what the people are trying to rebuild. But fear not, for the Lord is with us." Zechariah watched as the angels confronted the dark figures, their golden measuring lines glowing with divine light. The enemies recoiled, their sinister plans thwarted by the power of the Lord. As dawn broke over Jerusalem, Zechariah and the angels returned to the heart of the city. The people were gathered, their faces filled with hope and determination. The first angel raised the golden measuring line high above his head. "Behold, the Lord's promise of restoration," he proclaimed. A brilliant light enveloped the city, and Zechariah watched in awe as the walls began to rebuild themselves, stone by stone. The streets filled with people, laughter, and joy, just as the angel had foretold. Zechariah stood in the center of the bustling city, his heart filled with gratitude and wonder. The angels had shown him the power of faith, unity, and the Lord's promise. "Remember," the first angel said, "this is just the beginning. The people of Jerusalem must continue to trust in the Lord and work together to keep their city strong." Zechariah nodded, his eyes shining with determination. "I will never forget," he promised. And so, the vision of the measuring line became a reality. Jerusalem was restored, and its people flourished under the Lord's protection. Zechariah's journey had taught him the importance of faith, unity, and the power of divine promises. As the sun set over the vibrant city, Zechariah knew that the future was bright, and the promise of restoration would continue to guide and inspire generations to come. The story of Zechariah and the vision of the measuring line reminds us that even in the darkest times, there is always hope. With faith, determination, and unity, we can overcome any obstacle and build a brighter future. Just as the people of Jerusalem trusted in the Lord's promise, we too can find strength and inspiration in our faith and the power of divine guidance. I hope you enjoyed this whimsical and vibrant retelling of Zechariah's vision.
In a land where dreams and visions danced like fireflies in the night, there lived a young boy named Zechariah. He was no ordinary boy. He had a heart full of faith and eyes that could see beyond the ordinary. One starry night, as Zechariah lay under the vast sky, he felt a gentle nudge. It was the angel who often visited him, bringing messages from the heavens. "Zechariah," the angel whispered, "look up and see what is appearing." Zechariah's eyes widened with excitement. "What is it?" he asked, his voice trembling with anticipation. The angel pointed to the horizon where a strange, glowing basket floated in the air. "This," the angel said, "is a vision of the iniquity of the people throughout the land." Zechariah's heart pounded as he watched the basket drift closer. It was no ordinary basket. It shimmered with an eerie light, and a heavy lead cover sealed its contents. The angel's words echoed in his mind, filling him with a mix of curiosity and dread. "Why is it glowing?" Zechariah asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The angel's eyes sparkled with wisdom. "This basket holds the sins of the people, Zechariah. It is a symbol of wickedness that must be dealt with." As the basket hovered before them, the lead cover slowly lifted, revealing a woman sitting inside. Her eyes were dark and piercing, and her presence sent shivers down Zechariah's spine. "This is wickedness," the angel declared, pushing the woman back into the basket and sealing it shut. "She must be contained and removed from the land." Zechariah's mind raced with questions. Where will she go? What will happen to her? The angel smiled gently. "Two women with wings like those of a stork will carry the basket to the land of Shinar, where a house will be built for it. There, wickedness will be confined." As if on cue, two majestic women with stork-like wings appeared, their feathers glistening in the moonlight. They lifted the basket effortlessly, and with a powerful flap of their wings, they soared into the sky. Zechariah watched in awe as the basket disappeared into the distance. "Will she ever return?" he wondered aloud. The angel placed a reassuring hand on Zechariah's shoulder. "Fear not, young one. Wickedness will be confined, and the land will be cleansed. But remember, it is up to the people to keep their hearts pure and free from sin." The journey to Shinar was long and treacherous. The two women flew over mountains and valleys, through storms and sunshine, never faltering in their mission. The basket remained sealed, its contents hidden from the world. In the land of Shinar, a grand temple was being built. It was a place of darkness and deceit, where wickedness would be enshrined. The people of Shinar, unaware of the basket's true nature, welcomed it with open arms, believing it to be a gift from the gods. As the women descended, the basket glowed brighter, casting eerie shadows on the temple walls. They placed it gently on a pedestal, and the lead cover was lifted once more. Wickedness emerged, her eyes gleaming with malice. Back in his homeland, Zechariah couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. He prayed fervently, seeking guidance and strength. One night, as he slept, he had a vivid dream. In it, he saw the temple in Shinar and the woman of wickedness spreading her influence far and wide. Zechariah knew he had to act. With the angel by his side, he embarked on a journey to Shinar, determined to confront wickedness and restore peace to the land. The path was fraught with danger, but Zechariah's faith never wavered. Upon reaching Shinar, Zechariah was horrified to see the temple engulfed in darkness. Wickedness had taken root, and her influence was spreading like wildfire. The people were lost, their hearts consumed by sin. Zechariah entered the temple, his heart pounding with determination. Wickedness stood before him, her eyes filled with contempt. "You cannot defeat me," she hissed. "I am the embodiment of sin, and I will reign forever." Zechariah stood tall, his voice unwavering. "You may be powerful, but my faith is stronger. I will not let you corrupt this land." With a prayer on his lips, Zechariah raised his hands, and a brilliant light filled the temple. Wickedness recoiled, her form flickering and fading. The light grew brighter, banishing the darkness and purifying the temple. As the light subsided, Zechariah saw that the temple was transformed. The darkness was gone, replaced by a warm, golden glow. The people of Shinar, freed from wickedness's grasp, looked around in wonder, their hearts filled with hope. The angel appeared beside Zechariah, a proud smile on his face. "You have done well, young one. Your faith has triumphed over sin, and the land is cleansed." Zechariah felt a sense of peace wash over him. He knew that the battle against wickedness was not over, but he also knew that with faith and determination, he could overcome any challenge. Zechariah returned to his homeland, where he shared his story with the people. They listened in awe, their hearts inspired by his bravery and faith. The vision of the woman in the basket became a symbol of hope and a reminder of the power of faith. From that day forward, the people vowed to keep their hearts pure and free from sin. They built a monument in honor of Zechariah's journey, a beacon of light that shone brightly in the night, guiding them on the path of righteousness. And so, the land flourished, its people united in their faith and determination to keep wickedness at bay. Zechariah's story was passed down through generations, a timeless tale of courage, faith, and the triumph of light over darkness. And so, dear friends, we come to the end of our whimsical adventure with Zechariah and the mysterious basket. But before we say goodbye, let's think about the important lessons we've learned from this story. Faith overcomes all. Just like Zechariah, we can face any challenge with faith and determination. Remember, no matter how big or scary something seems, our faith can light the way. Stay pure and true. The basket symbolized sin, and Zechariah's journey reminds us to keep our hearts pure and free from wickedness. always choose kindness, honesty, and love. Courage and bravery. Zechariah showed great bravery in confronting wickedness. We can be brave too, standing up for what is right and helping others. The power of light. Light always triumphs over darkness. When we spread love and goodness, we can make the world a brighter place. In the quiet town of Bethel, nestled between rolling hills and lush meadows, lived a young boy named Zechariah. He was known for his curious nature and his love for exploring the mysteries of the world around him. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Zechariah found himself wandering near the edge of the forest. Little did he know, this night would change his life forever. As Zechariah ventured deeper into the woods, he stumbled upon a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood a majestic white horse, its coat shimmering like 1,000 stars. Zechariah's heart raced with excitement and a hint of fear. He had never seen such a magnificent creature before. "Who are you?" Zechariah whispered, his voice trembling with awe. The horse turned its head, and to Zechariah's astonishment, it spoke. "I am a messenger of the Lord, sent to reveal a vision to you, young Zechariah. Do not be afraid, for you are chosen to witness the presence of God." Zechariah's eyes widened with wonder. "A vision? What kind of vision?" The horse nodded, its eyes filled with wisdom. "A vision of horses, each representing a different aspect of God's presence and power. Come, follow me, and you shall see." With a mixture of excitement and curiosity, Zechariah followed the white horse deeper into the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to part, creating a path that led to a hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood 4 horses, each more magnificent than the last. The first horse was a brilliant red, its mane flowing like flames. "This is the horse of war," the white horse explained. "It symbolizes God's power to protect and defend his people." The second horse was a deep black, its eyes gleaming with mystery. "This is the horse of famine," the white horse continued. "It represents the trials and challenges that God allows to strengthen our faith." The third horse was a radiant white, its coat as pure as snow. "This is the horse of victory," the white horse said. "It signifies God's triumph over evil and his promise of salvation." The fourth horse was a pale green, its presence both eerie and calming. "This is the horse of death," the white horse concluded. "It reminds us of the cycle of life and the eternal peace that awaits those who trust in the Lord." Zechariah stood in awe, his heart filled with a sense of wonder and reverence. "What does this vision mean?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The white horse stepped closer, its eyes meeting Zechariah's. "It means that God is always with us, in times of war and peace, in moments of trial and victory, in life and in death. He is our protector, our guide, and our eternal hope." The horses circled around Zechariah, their hooves barely touching the ground. He could feel their power and majesty, and he knew that he was in the presence of something truly divine. "Welcome, Zechariah," the red horse said, its voice like the crackling of a fire. "We are the messengers of the Lord, sent to reveal his presence and power to you." Zechariah's heart swelled with awe and gratitude. "What do you want me to do?" he asked, his voice trembling with emotion. The black horse stepped forward, its eyes gleaming with a mysterious light. "You are to share this vision with your people, to remind them that God is always with them, in times of war and peace, in moments of trial and victory, in life and in death." The white horse nodded, its coat shimmering like freshly fallen snow. You are to be a beacon of hope and faith, a reminder that no matter the trials they face, they are never alone, for God is always with them. The pale green horse stepped closer, its presence both eerie and calming. You are to trust in the Lord's plan, even when it seems difficult or uncertain, for He is our protector, our guide, and our eternal hope. Zechariah felt a warmth in his heart, a reassurance that he was never alone. He knew that this experience was a gift, a reminder of God's presence in his life. With a grateful heart, Zechariah returned to his village, eager to share his vision with others. He knew that the story of the horses would inspire faith and courage in the hearts of all who heard it. As Zechariah made his way back to Bethel, he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and purpose. The vision of the horses had filled him with a newfound sense of faith and determination. He knew that he had been chosen for a special mission, and he was eager to fulfill it. The journey home was not without its challenges. The forest, which had seemed so enchanting earlier, now felt dark and foreboding. Strange sounds echoed through the trees, and shadows seemed to dance at the edge of his vision. But Zechariah pressed on, his heart filled with the knowledge that God was with him. As he walked, he thought about the people of Bethel and how they would react to his story. Would they believe him? Would they understand the significance of the vision? He hoped that his words would inspire them, just as the vision had inspired him. When he finally emerged from the forest, the village of Bethel lay before him, bathed in the soft light of dawn. The sight filled him with a sense of peace and belonging. This was his home, and these were his people. Zechariah wasted no time in gathering the villagers together. He stood in the center of the town square, his heart pounding with anticipation. As the people gathered around him, he took a deep breath and began to speak. "My friends," he began, his voice steady and strong, "I have seen a vision of horses that represent the presence and power of God. They have shown me that God is always with us, in times of war and peace, in moments of trial and victory, in life and in death." The villagers listened in rapt attention as Zechariah recounted his journey into the forest and the vision he had witnessed. He described each horse in vivid detail, their colors and their meanings. He spoke of the red horse of war, the black horse of famine, and so, the story of Zechariah and the vision of the horses became a cherished tale, passed down from generation to generation. It was a story of adventure, bravery, and faith. A reminder that no matter what challenges they faced, they were never alone, for God was always with them. Dear kids, here's what we learned from Zechariah's amazing adventure. Just like the horses in Zechariah's vision, God is with us in every part of our lives, in good times and bad, in moments of joy and sadness. We are never alone. Zechariah's curiosity led him to a magical adventure. Don't be afraid to explore and ask questions. You never know what amazing things you might discover. Share your stories. Zechariah shared his vision with his village, and it inspired everyone. Your stories and experiences can help others too. Don't be shy to share them. Trust in God's plan. Even when things seem difficult or uncertain, remember that God has a plan for you. Trust in Him, and He will guide you through every challenge. Celebrate together. The villagers celebrated Zechariah's vision together. It's important to come together with friends and family to celebrate and support each other. Remember, kids, just like Zechariah, you have the power to inspire and bring hope to those around you. Keep your hearts open, stay curious, and always trust in God's love. I hope you enjoyed the story and the lessons we learned. If you have any more stories or adventures you'd like to
In the bustling streets of ancient Israel, there lived a spirited young girl named Junia. Her eyes sparkled like the Mediterranean Sea, and her heart beat in rhythm with the temple drums. Junia had a secret, a divine calling that set her apart. Inspired by Romans 16:7, where Junia is mentioned as an outstanding apostle, our enchanting tale unfolds. One day, while chasing after her pet goat, Junia stumbled upon a fig tree. Its leaves shimmered like emerald flames. Beneath its roots lay a scroll, the edges aglow with celestial light. The words etched upon it danced, to spread love. Junia, you must break barriers. Deeper into the olive grove, Junia met the talking trees. Their gnarled trunks whispered secrets. Listen, Junia, said Olive, to spread God's word. You must sway with the wind and sing with the wind and sing with the crickets. Fig added, and dance with the fireflies, they carry hope. Junia nodded, her sandals dusted with earth. She vowed to be an Israelite apostle like no other. High above the Jordan River, Junia found the Rainbow Bridge, a shimmering path of 7 hues. It led to 2 ancient cedars, Andronicus and Junia. Their branches intertwined, whispering forgotten psalms. We were apostles too, they said. Before scrolls, before prophets. Junia stepped onto the bridge, her heart echoing the promise of covenant. Under the ancient olive tree, Junia closed her eyes. The wind carried stories, the laughter of children, the cries of widows, the dreams of prophets. Junia whispered back, God's love is like the breeze, touching every heart. The leaves rustled in agreement. Junia knew her mission to break barriers, spread love, and be the girl apostle who danced with the elements. As Junia followed the Rainbow Bridge, she heard the distant murmur of water. The mystical river flowed, a silver ribbon between worlds. Its ripples held memories, the laughter of ancestors, the tears of prophets, and the dreams of children. Junia cupped her hands, sipping the sacred waters. They tasted like eternity. Word spread across the hills and valleys. Children gathered around campfires, listening to Junia's adventures. They learned that barriers could be bridges and faith could be shared by all, even spirited Israelite girls. Inspired by Romans 16:7, Junia became a legend, her name woven into the ancient tapestry of love. Dear friends, remember that love breaks barriers. If you enjoyed Junia's journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this whimsical tale with others. Thank you for joining us on this magical quest.
Galatians 5 verses 22 to 23. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Against such things there is no law. In a land far, far away, nestled between rolling hills and sparkling rivers, lay the enchanting village of Harmony. This village was unlike any other, for it was said to be blessed by the Spirit itself. The villagers lived in peace and joy, their hearts filled with love and kindness. But how did this come to be? Let me take you on a whimsical journey to uncover the mystery of the fruits of the Spirit. One sunny morning, young Lily, a curious and brave girl of 10, discovered an ancient map hidden in her grandmother's attic. The map was old and tattered, but it clearly marked a path leading to the legendary tree of the Spirit. It was said that whoever found this tree would uncover the secret to true happiness and harmony. With a heart full of excitement, Lily set off on her adventure, her loyal dog Max by her side. The path was filled with twists and turns, leading them through dense forests and across bubbling brooks. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, they encountered a wise old owl named Oliver. "Who dares to seek the tree of the Spirit?" Oliver hooted, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "It is I, Lily, and my faithful friend Max. We seek the secret to true happiness and harmony," Lily replied bravely. Oliver nodded sagely. "To find the tree of the Spirit, you must first understand the fruits it bears. Each fruit holds a powerful lesson. Are you ready for the challenge?" Lily nodded eagerly, and so their journey continued. The first fruit they encountered was the fruit of love. It glowed with a warm, golden light. As Lily reached out to touch it, she was transported to a scene where a young boy shared his lunch with a hungry stranger. The act of kindness filled her heart with warmth, and she understood the power of love. Next, they found the fruit of joy, which sparkled like 1,000 diamonds. Lily was whisked away to a village festival, where laughter and music filled the air. She danced with the villagers, feeling the pure joy that comes from being surrounded by loved ones. The journey continued, each fruit revealing a new lesson. The fruit of peace brought her to a serene meadow where animals of all kinds lived in harmony. The fruit of patience showed her a farmer tending to his crops with care and diligence. The fruit of kindness led her to a scene where a young girl helped an elderly woman carry her heavy bags. As Lily collected each fruit, she felt her heart grow lighter and her spirit stronger. But the final challenge awaited her. The path led to a dark and foreboding cave, where the fruit of self-control was hidden. Inside the cave, Lily faced her greatest fears and temptations. But with Max by her side and the lessons of the other fruits in her heart, she emerged victorious. At last, Lily and Max reached the tree of the Spirit. It stood tall and majestic, its branches heavy with the fruits of the Spirit. As Lily touched the tree, a radiant light enveloped her, and she understood the true meaning of the fruits. They were not just gifts to be received, but virtues to be lived and shared. With a heart full of wisdom and a spirit brimming with joy, Lily returned to harmony. She shared her newfound knowledge with the villagers, and together, they nurtured the fruits of the Spirit in their hearts. The village flourished, and the blessings of the Spirit spread far and wide. And so, the legend of the fruits of the Spirit lived on, a timeless tale of love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. For in the end, it is these virtues that bring true happiness and harmony to our lives. The fruits of the Spirit are powerful virtues that, when nurtured in our hearts, bring true happiness and harmony. By living and sharing these virtues, we can create a world filled with love, joy, and peace. Remember, dear reader, the fruits of the Spirit are within you. Embrace them, live them, and share them with the world. For it is through these virtues that we can make our world a better place.
Jesus painted a picture with his words, describing a sower who set out early in the morning, a sack of seeds slung over his shoulder. The sower was no ordinary farmer. He was a figure of mystery, with a cloak that shimmered like the dawn and a smile that hinted at secrets. The first handful of seeds was tossed high into the air, glittering like golden stars as they fell. But some of the seeds, instead of landing in the soft soil, were caught by the wind and scattered onto a hard, dusty path. The children gasped as Jesus described the path, a place where danger lurked around every corner. The ground was rough and unyielding, and as soon as the seeds landed, a flock of hungry birds swooped down, their beady eyes gleaming with mischief. Chirp, chirp, the birds cawed as they gobbled up the seeds, not leaving a single one behind. The seeds never had a chance to grow. They were gone in an instant, leaving the path as barren as before. But what happens next? A little girl asked, her voice filled with concern. Jesus smiled gently. Ah, that is the question, isn't it? But let's not jump ahead. The sower still has many seeds to plant. Undeterred by the loss of the first seeds, the sower continued on his way, his steps light and full of hope. This time, he scattered his seeds over a patch of land that looked promising from a distance. But as the seeds fell, they landed on rocky ground, where the soil was thin and the stones were sharp. The seeds sprouted quickly, their tiny green shoots stretching toward the sky. The children cheered as they imagined the little plants growing strong and tall. But their cheers turned to gasps as Jesus described what happened next. The sun blazed down from above, its rays fierce and unforgiving. The plants, with their shallow roots, began to wither. There was no deep soil to protect them, no moisture to nourish them. The plants drooped and shriveled under the scorching heat. The rocky ground couldn't hold the seeds, Jesus said softly. They started strong but couldn't survive the trials of the day. A boy in the crowd frowned. Why didn't the sower choose better ground? Why did the seeds have to suffer? Jesus nodded, his expression thoughtful. Sometimes, the ground looks good from a distance, but it's not until you get closer that you see the challenges. But the sower's journey isn't over yet. The sower moved on, his heart still full of hope, and soon he came upon a patch of earth that was dark and rich. It seemed like the perfect place for the seeds to grow. The sower smiled as he scattered the next handful, watching them sink into the soft soil. But as the seeds began to grow, something unexpected happened. From the shadows, thick, twisting thorns began to rise, their sharp points glinting ominously in the sunlight. The children gasped, gripping the edges of their seats as they imagined the thorns closing in on the tender plants. The plants grew, but so did the thorns, faster and fiercer than anyone had expected. The thorns wrapped around the plants, choking them, stealing their sunlight and water. No matter how hard the plants tried to escape, the thorns tightened their grip, until the plants could grow no more. The thorns are like the worries and distractions of life, Jesus explained, his voice tinged with sadness. They can choke out the seeds of faith if we're not careful. A hush fell over the crowd. The children looked at each other, wide-eyed, as they imagined their own worries and fears being like those terrible thorns. Could it happen to them? Would their seeds of faith be choked out too? But before they could ponder too long, Jesus' voice lifted, full of hope and promise. The sower, still determined, continued on his journey. And finally, he came upon a field that was different from all the rest. The soil here was rich and deep, soft and warm under the sower's feet. It was as if the earth itself was welcoming the seeds, ready to help them grow. With a joyful heart, the sower scattered the last of his seeds, watching as they nestled into the good soil. The children held their breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Days passed, and the seeds sprouted, their roots digging deep into the earth. The sun shone, but instead of withering, the plants grew taller and stronger. Rain fell, but instead of washing away, the soil held firm, nourishing the plants. The plants grew and grew until they became a mighty field of grain, golden and heavy with the promise of a bountiful harvest. The children clapped their hands in delight, their worries forgotten as they saw the plants thrive. Jesus smiled, his eyes shining with a wisdom that reached deep into the hearts of his listeners. The good soil is like a heart that is open and ready to receive the seeds of faith. When the seeds fall on good soil, they grow into something amazing, something that can change the world. The story ended, but questions lingered. The children crowded around Jesus, their faces full of curiosity. "But what does it mean?" a young boy asked. Jesus knelt to the boy's level. "The seeds are like God's words, and the soil represents how people respond. Some hear the words but don't take them in, like seeds on a path. Others are like rocky ground, starting strong but losing heart when things get tough. Some let life's worries choke their faith, like thorny ground. But the good soil represents those who hear, understand, root, allowing their faith to grow and produce an incredible harvest." The children nodded, eyes bright with understanding. They realized the seeds of faith weren't just to hear about, they were to treasure and nurture in their hearts. As the crowd dispersed, the children stayed close to Jesus, still full of wonder. The setting sun painted the sky in orange and pink, and the lake sparkled like diamonds. A little girl tugged on Jesus's robe. "Will our seeds grow too? Will we have a harvest like the sower?" Jesus smiled and placed a hand on her head. "Your hearts are like good soil. Keep them open and ready, and the seeds of faith will grow. You'll see the harvest in the kindness you show, the love you give, and the hope you spread." The children beamed, imagining their hearts as fields ready to grow something wonderful. As the day ended, the children of Galilee went home with their minds full of adventure and their hearts full of faith. They knew the story of the sower was more than a tale, it was a lesson, a treasure to carry with them as they nurtured their own seeds of faith. Jesus watched them go, knowing the seeds planted that day would grow into something far greater than anyone could imagine. The seeds of faith, when they find good soil, can change the world, one heart at a time. And so, dear adventurers, as you close this story, remember the seeds of faith that have been planted in your own heart. Nurture them, protect them from the thorns, and let them grow. Who knows what amazing harvest awaits you?
Hey kids! Welcome to our exciting adventure through the ABCZ of God's amazing characters. Today, we're going to discover how God's awesome traits were shown through some incredible Bible heroes. So buckle up, and let's jump right in. Let's start with the letter A for Almighty. God is all-powerful, and guess what? Moses got to see this power in action when God parted the Red Sea. Can you imagine standing there watching the sea split into two huge walls of water? Whoa! God's power is unstoppable. Next, we have B for Blessed. God brings joy and happiness just like Mary, the mother of Jesus. She was so blessed to carry God's own son. She sang songs of joy because she knew how much God loved her, and all of us too. C is for Compassionate. God cares for us so deeply, just like Jesus did when he healed the sick and fed the hungry. Jesus' heart was always full of love and kindness, showing us that God cares for every single one of us. Now we're at D for Defender. God protects us like a shield. David knew this when he faced the giant Goliath. Even though David was just a young shepherd boy, he trusted God to defend him. And guess what? He won with just a sling and a stone. E stands for Everlasting. That means God lives forever and ever. Abraham believed in God's everlasting promise to make his family as numerous as the stars in the sky. And God kept that promise. His love and faithfulness never end. F is for Faithful. God always keeps his promises, just like he did for Sarah. Even though she was very old, God promised she would have a son, and she did. God is faithful, and we can trust him no matter what. G stands for Good Shepherd. God guides and takes care of us, just like David cared for his sheep. Later, David became the shepherd of Israel, leading God's people with the same love and care. H is for holy, which means God is perfect and pure. Isaiah saw a vision of God's holiness with angels all around, singing, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord Almighty." God is so pure and wonderful. I is for infinite. God has no limits. He is everywhere and knows everything. Solomon marveled at God's infinite wisdom and asked God to give him wisdom too. And God did, making Solomon the wisest king ever. J is for just. God is always fair and right. Nehemiah knew this when he returned to Jerusalem to rebuild its walls. He fought for justice and fairness, making sure everyone was treated right. K stands for King of Kings. God is the ruler of all. Daniel served under many kings, but he knew that God was the true King of Kings who rules over everything. L is for loving. God loves us more than we can ever imagine. John, the disciple whom Jesus loved, experienced this love firsthand. He taught us that God is love, and that love is the most important thing of all. M is for merciful. God is full of mercy, always ready to forgive. Jonah learned about God's mercy when he forgave the people of Nineveh, even though Jonah thought they didn't deserve it. God's mercy is amazing. N is for near. God is always close to us, just like he was close to Enoch. Enoch walked with God every day and was so close to him that one day he just walked right into heaven. O is for omnipresent. That's a big word that means God is everywhere all the time. Jacob realized this when he had a dream about a ladder reaching to heaven. God was with him no matter where he went. P is for provider. God gives us everything we need, just like he provided food for Elijah during a famine. Ravens brought Elijah bread and meat every day. God always takes care of his people. Q is for quick to listen. God hears our prayers, just like he heard Hannah's prayer for a son. Hannah prayed with all her heart, and God blessed her with Samuel, who became a great prophet. R is for righteous. God is always right and just in everything he does. Job trusted in God's righteousness even when everything seemed to go wrong. He knew that God was good and would take care of him. S is for sovereign. God is in control of everything. Joseph's life was full of ups and downs, but he trusted that God had a plan. And in the end, God's sovereign plan made Joseph a ruler in Egypt, saving many lives. T is for trustworthy. We can always rely on God, just like Noah did when he built the ark. Even though everyone thought he was crazy, Noah trusted God, and God saved him and his family. U is for unchanging. God is the same yesterday, today, and forever. Paul taught people all over the world that God's love and truth never change no matter what. V is for victorious. God wins over all things, just like Joshua, who led the Israelites to victory in the promised land. With God on their side, nothing could stop them. W is for wise. God knows everything and guides us in the right way, just like he did for Solomon. Solomon asked for wisdom, and God made him the wisest king ever. X is for excellent. God is perfect in every way, just like Daniel, who showed excellence in everything he did. Daniel's love for God made him stand out as the best in the kingdom. Y is for Yahweh. God's special name that means I am. When Moses met God at the burning bush, God told him his name was Yahweh, showing that he is the eternal, unchanging God. And finally, Z is for zealous. God is passionate about loving and protecting us, just like Phinehas, who was zealous for God's holiness and helped keep Israel on the right path. Wow, wasn't that an amazing journey through the ABCZ of God's characters? Each of these traits shows us just how awesome God is and how he worked through these incredible Bible heroes. Thanks for joining us, kids. And remember, God's amazing characters are with us every day. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button for more fun Bible adventures. See you next time. Bye-bye, kids. Keep shining with God's love.
Ephesians 6 verses 10 to 18. Finally, be strong in the Lord and in his mighty power. Put on the full armor of God, so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. In the magical land of Faithville, where ancient castles towered over enchanted forests and shimmering rivers, the villagers lived harmoniously, knowing that shadows sometimes crept near. But a thrilling announcement promised to make their lives even more exciting. A legendary knight named Sir Gabriel was coming to teach them how to stand strong in faith with the armor of God. The village square buzzed with excitement as the children of Faithville gathered, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Among them was young Thomas, a boy whose heart brimmed with curiosity and a thirst for adventure. He had heard tales of Sir Gabriel's heroism and eagerly awaited the chance to meet him. As dawn's golden rays kissed the village, Sir Gabriel made his grand entrance on a magnificent white horse. His armor glistened in the sunlight, and his eyes twinkled with wisdom and kindness. "Greetings, brave villagers." Sir Gabriel's voice was as warm as the morning sun. "Today, I will reveal the secrets of the armor of God so you can stand firm in faith and face any challenge." The children, including Thomas, listened with bated breath, eager to learn the mysteries of the armor of God. The first piece of armor, Sir Gabriel began, is the belt of truth. It helps us stand firm in what is right and true. Thomas envisioned a shimmering belt that empowered him to always tell the truth and champion what is right. He felt a surge of determination, knowing that truth was a mighty force. The second piece of armor, Sir Gabriel continued, is the breastplate of righteousness. It guards our hearts and helps us live in ways that please God. Thomas imagined a sturdy breastplate that shielded his heart and guided him toward making good choices. He felt a wave of peace, knowing that righteousness would protect him from harm. The third piece of armor, Sir Gabriel said, is the shoes of peace. They help us walk in peace and share God's love with others. Thomas pictured magical shoes that let him stride confidently and spread kindness wherever he went. He felt a burst of joy, knowing that peace was a gift he could share with everyone. The fourth piece of armor, Sir Gabriel explained, is the shield of faith. It protects us from doubt and fear. Thomas envisioned a powerful shield that deflected any attack and gave him the bravery to face his fears. He felt a rush of courage, knowing that faith was his greatest ally. The fifth piece of armor, Sir Gabriel continued, is the helmet of salvation. It safeguards our minds and reminds us of God's love and salvation. Thomas pictured a gleaming helmet that filled his thoughts with hope and confidence. He felt reassured, knowing that salvation was a precious gift from God. The final piece of armor, Sir Gabriel said, is the sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God. It helps us fight against evil and stand firm in our faith. Thomas imagined a radiant sword that shone with divine light, empowering him to overcome any challenge. He felt invigorated, knowing that God's word was his strongest weapon. Just as Sir Gabriel demonstrated the last piece of armor, a sudden gust of wind swept through the square. The children gasped as the cloths with the armor flapped wildly, and, oh no, the breastplate of righteousness had vanished. Alas! Sir Gabriel exclaimed, his brow creasing with worry. It appears we have a mystery to solve. The breastplate of righteousness is missing. Thomas's eyes sparkled with resolve. Don't worry, Sir Gabriel. I'll help find it. The quest began. Thomas, Sir Gabriel, and the children searched high and low, through blooming meadows, around ancient oak trees, and even by the bubbling brook. Every nook and cranny of Faithville was explored, but the breastplate was nowhere to be found. Their search led them to the edge of the enchanted forest, a realm known for its whimsical creatures and hidden wonders. The forest was alive with whispering trees and twinkling lights, casting playful shadows. Deep in the forest, they encountered a mischievous sprite named Pip, whose eyes gleamed with mischief. "Looking for something, are we?" Pip chirped. "I might have seen a shiny breastplate, but you'll have to solve my riddle to retrieve it." The children gathered around Pip, eager to tackle his riddle. After much thinking and teamwork, Thomas solved the riddle with a triumphant shout. Impressed, Pip handed over the breastplate of righteousness. With the breastplate safely returned, Sir Gabriel and the children made their way back to the village. Just as they were about to resume their lesson, a dark shadow loomed over Faithville. An ominous sorcerer appeared, thriving on spreading doubt and fear. "The armor of God will not protect you," the sorcerer sneered, conjuring swirling shadows that threatened to envelop the village. Sir Gabriel stood firm and calm. "Everyone, quickly! Put on the armor." Thomas and the other children donned the armor pieces with determination. As they stood united, the belt of truth tightened, the breastplate of righteousness shone brightly, the shoes of peace steadied their steps, the shield of faith glimmered, the helmet of salvation protected their minds, and the sword of the Spirit sparkled with divine light. With the full armor on, Thomas and the villagers felt a surge of courage and strength. They confronted the sorcerer, their hearts brimming with unwavering faith. The shield of faith repelled the sorcerer's dark magic, while the sword of the Spirit sliced through the shadows with its radiant light. Defeated by the power of the armor and the unity of the villagers, the sorcerer fled into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. As the sun set over Faithville, the villagers erupted in cheers. Sir Gabriel, beaming with pride, praised Thomas and the children. "You have learned how to stand strong in faith. Remember, with the armor of God, you are always protected." The villagers celebrated with a grand feast, and Thomas, his heart full of joy, knew he had learned a priceless lesson. The armor of God was not just for battles but a powerful reminder to stand firm in faith, no matter what challenges lay ahead. Life in Faithville returned to its peaceful rhythm, but adventure was not far off. One misty morning, Thomas and his friends noticed something odd. The village fountain's clear waters had turned murky, and a chilling mist swirled around it. Thomas, ever curious, spotted something glittering beneath the surface, a shadowy artifact. The village elders, alarmed, called upon Sir Gabriel. With a knowing nod, Sir Gabriel gathered Thomas and a few others. This artifact might be dark magic. We must investigate to protect Faithville. Sir Gabriel led the children back to the enchanted forest, where the mist thickened and shadows danced. They discovered the artifact was an ancient talisman, its magic creating illusions and obstacles. They faced a torrent-filled river, a maze of talking trees, and riddles from a wise old owl. Each challenge tested their faith and teamwork. The shield of faith kept their spirits high, the shoes of peace guided them through conflicts, and the sword of the Spirit cleared confusion. Finally, they reached a hidden glade, where the artifact lay encased in a protective barrier. Sir Gabriel, using his knowledge of magic and the armor of God, revealed the talisman was cursed to weaken Faithville's faith. With a powerful prayer and resolute stand, they neutralized its magic, restoring clarity and peace. To celebrate their victory and newfound understanding, Faithville held a grand festival of faith. The village burst with joy and color. Villagers wore vibrant costumes and engaged in games symbolizing the virtues of the armor of God, relay races with the shield of faith, treasure hunts with the belt of truth, and storytelling sessions with the sword of the Spirit. Thomas, honored as a young hero, received a miniature set of the armor of God, symbolizing his bravery and faith. As the festival drew to a close, Sir Gabriel prepared to leave Faithville. The villagers gathered to bid him farewell, their hearts full of gratitude. "Remember, my young friends," Sir Gabriel said, "the armor of God is more than physical protection. It's a reminder of your inner strength and faith. With it, you can face any challenge." Thomas, holding his miniature armor, promised to always remember the lessons learned. He knew faith was not just about facing external challenges but nurturing courage and trust within. As Sir Gabriel rode away, the villagers watched with fondness. They felt a deep unity and resilience, knowing the true armor of God was in their hearts and actions. Faithville continued to thrive, a beacon of hope and courage. And Thomas, with his friends, embraced each new day with faith as their shield, righteousness as their breastplate, truth as their belt, peace as their shoes, salvation as their helmet, and God's word as their sword. In the land of Faithville, where faith and friendship flourished, every challenge became an opportunity for growth, and every adventure a testament to the enduring power of the armor of God.
In the ancient land of Israel, where the sun shone brightly and the trees whispered secrets to the wind, a great excitement buzzed through the town of Jericho. It was a day like no other, for the people had heard whispers of an amazing event that was about to happen. The legendary prophet Elijah, known for his miracles and fiery spirit, was going to be taken up to heaven in a whirlwind. Elijah, the fearless prophet, had a faithful companion named Elisha. Elisha was a young man with a heart full of curiosity and a spirit of adventure. He had learned much from Elijah and sensed that something extraordinary was about to happen. One sunny morning, as Elijah and Elisha walked along the dusty road, Elisha couldn't contain his excitement. "Master, is it true that today the Lord will take you away in a whirlwind?" he asked. Elijah smiled, his eyes sparkling with a secret knowledge. "Yes, Elisha, the time has come for me to be taken up to heaven. But stay by my side, for there are many wonders yet to be revealed." As they journeyed from town to town, they met a group of lively characters in the bustling market of Bethel. There was Tilly the tortoise, who loved to tell tall tales, and Benny the bunny, who could hop higher than anyone else. They gathered around Elisha, their faces filled with curiosity. "Do you know that the Lord is going to take your master from you today?" Tilly asked, her eyes wide. Elisha nodded, his resolve unwavering. "Yes, I know. But let's not speak of it just yet." With each step, the anticipation grew stronger. The wind seemed to whisper secrets of the heavenly chariot that awaited Elijah, a chariot made of fiery flames and pulled by majestic horses. The very thought sent shivers of excitement down Elisha's spine. The sun climbed higher in the sky as Elijah and Elisha approached the town of Jericho. The air was thick with anticipation, and even the birds seemed to sing with a sense of wonder. In Jericho, they were greeted by another group of prophets, including Michal the mischievous monkey and Zara the zealous zebra. "Do you know that the Lord is going to take your master from you today?" Michal asked, hanging upside down from a tree. Once again, Elisha affirmed his knowledge and asked them to keep silent. His heart was set on witnessing the miraculous event, and nothing could deter him. As they left Jericho and journeyed towards the river Jordan, Elijah turned to Elisha with a knowing look. "Stay here, Elisha. The Lord has sent me to the Jordan." But Elisha, determined and steadfast, replied, "As surely as the Lord lives and as you live, I will not leave you." Elijah nodded, respecting his young companion's resolve. Together, they continued their journey until they reached the banks of the Jordan River. The water flowed swiftly, a symbol of the boundary between the earthly and the divine. With a dramatic flourish, Elijah took off his cloak and rolled it up. He struck the water with it, and to Elisha's amazement, the waters parted, creating a dry path for them to cross. They stepped onto the river, walking through the miracle that echoed the parting of the Red Sea. Once they reached the other side, Elijah turned to Elisha with a gentle smile. "Tell me, what can I do for you before I am taken from you?" Elisha's eyes sparkled with determination. "Let me inherit a double portion of your spirit." Elijah's gaze held a mixture of pride and sorrow. "You have asked a difficult thing. Yet, if you see me when I am taken from you, it will be yours, otherwise it will not." The air seemed to hum with electricity as Elijah and Elisha continued their journey. Every step brought them closer to the moment of divine intervention. Suddenly, a whirlwind began to form, its swirling winds kicking up dust and leaves. Elijah and Elisha stood side by side, their hearts pounding with a mixture of awe and anticipation. The sky above darkened, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. It was as if all of creation held its breath, waiting for the miraculous event to unfold. Then, out of the swirling whirlwind, a chariot of fire appeared, blazing with an otherworldly brilliance. Its fiery horses neighed and pawed at the ground, their manes and tails flickering like tongues of flame. The chariot descended from the heavens, a divine vehicle sent to carry Elijah to his eternal home. Elijah turned to Elisha, his face aglow with the light of the fiery chariot. "Remember, Elisha, if you see me when I am taken from you, your request will be granted." Elisha's eyes widened in awe as he watched the chariot draw near. The sound of the fiery horses filled the air, a symphony of power and grace. Elijah stepped forward, his cloak billowing in the wind, and with a final, knowing glance at Elisha, he was lifted up into the chariot. "Elijah, my father, the chariots and horsemen of Israel." Elisha cried out, his voice filled with both wonder and sorrow. As Elijah ascended into the heavens, the fiery chariot carried him higher and higher until he was lost to sight. The whirlwind swirled around Elisha, and in that moment he felt a surge of power and anointing. The cloak that had fallen from Elijah fluttered down to the ground, a symbol of the mantle that had been passed on. Elisha stood alone by the riverbank, the cloak of Elijah in his hands. The air was still, the whirlwind had vanished, and the fiery chariot was but a memory. Yet the presence of the Lord was tangible, and Elisha knew that a new chapter of his life had begun. With a heart full of faith and determination, Elisha rolled up Elijah's cloak and struck the waters of the Jordan. "Where now is the Lord, the God of Elijah?" he cried. To his amazement, the waters parted just as they had before, and Elisha crossed over on dry ground. The prophets who had been watching from a distance saw the miracle and hurried to meet him. "The spirit of Elijah rests on Elisha," they said in awe, bowing before him. Elisha knew that the journey ahead would be filled with challenges and miracles, but he was ready. With the mantle of Elijah upon him, he set out to continue the work of his master, performing wonders and proclaiming the word of the Lord. Elisha's first miracle was a sign of the divine power that now rested upon him. The town of Jericho was suffering from a water problem. The spring was tainted, causing illness and death. The townsfolk, knowing of Elisha's anointing, sought his help. Elisha asked for a new bowl and filled it with salt. With a solemn prayer, he sprinkled the salt into the spring, declaring, "This is what the Lord says, I have healed this water. Never again will it cause death or make the land unproductive." To the amazement of all, the water became pure and life-giving. The people of Jericho rejoiced, praising God for the miracle that had come through Elisha. News of Elisha's wonders spread far and wide. From healing a widow's oil to raising a Shunammite woman's son from the dead, Elisha's life was a testament to the power and presence of God. Yet through it all, he never forgot the fiery chariot that had taken his master to heaven, a constant reminder of the divine calling upon his life. Years passed, and Elisha continued to serve as a prophet of the Lord, performing miracles and guiding the people of Israel. His fame grew, but his heart remained humble, always remembering the mantle that had been passed to him. One day, as Elisha sat by the riverbank, where he had last seen Elijah, he reflected on the journey that had brought him there. The memory of the fiery chariot and the whirlwind was as vivid as ever, a reminder of the day when heaven had touched earth in a blaze of glory. "Elijah," he whispered, "your spirit lives on in me. I will continue your work, guided by the same fire that carried you to heaven." And so, the legacy of Elijah burned brightly in the life of Elisha, a beacon of faith, courage and divine power. The story of Elijah's fiery chariot ride to heaven was told and retold, captivating the hearts of young and old alike, a testament to the wonders of God and the eternal bond between master and disciple. Thus ends the story of Elijah's fiery chariot ride to heaven, a tale of miraculous adventure, unwavering faith, and the eternal power of God's Spirit. May it fill your hearts with wonder and your minds with the courage to believe in the impossible. Wow, wasn't that an amazing adventure? Elijah's fiery chariot ride to heaven was truly spectacular. Remember, just like Elijah and Elisha, we can always have faith and believe in the incredible things God can do. Thanks for joining us on this miraculous journey. If you loved this story, don't forget to give us a big thumbs up, and for more exciting and fun Bible stories, hit that subscribe button and ring the bell. See you next time for another amazing adventure. Bye. In the bustling seaside town of Joppa, there lived a woman named Tabitha, also known as Dorcas. She was known throughout the town for her kind heart and her magical ability to make the most beautiful garments. However, Tabitha had a secret that not many knew. Her talents extended beyond mere needlework. She had a gift that could change lives in the most miraculous ways. It was a bright and sunny morning in Joppa. The markets were alive with the chatter of merchants and the clinking of coins, but amidst the hustle and bustle, a small figure darted through the crowds. It was young Sarah, her eyes wide with excitement as she clutched a small bundle close to her chest. She was heading towards Tabitha's house, her heart pounding with hope. Tabitha. Tabitha, Sarah called as she reached the door, her voice echoing through the quiet street. The door creaked open, and there stood Tabitha, her kind eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Why, Sarah? What brings you here so early?" Tabitha asked, her voice as warm as the morning sun. Sarah held out the bundle, her hands trembling. "It's my brother, Benjamin. He's very sick. We don't have money for a doctor. Please, can you help him?" Tabitha gently took the bundle from Sarah, revealing a small, pale boy wrapped in a blanket. His breaths were shallow, and his skin was clammy. Tabitha's heart ached at the sight. "Come inside, child," Tabitha said softly. "We'll see what we can do." Inside Tabitha's home, the air was filled with the scent of fresh bread and herbs. The walls were adorned with beautiful tapestries and garments, each telling a story of its own. Tabitha carefully laid Benjamin on a bed and began to prepare a special mixture of herbs. "Many don't know this, Sarah, but I have a gift," Tabitha said as she worked. "A gift that allows me to bring hope to those who need it the most." Sarah watched in awe as Tabitha's hands moved with grace and precision. The mixture seemed to glow with a faint, magical light. Tabitha placed her hands on Benjamin's forehead and closed her eyes, whispering a prayer. Moments later, Benjamin's breathing steadied and colour returned to his cheeks. Sarah gasped in amazement. He's getting better," she exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. Tabitha smiled and handed Sarah a small vial of the mixture. "Give him this twice a day and he will be well in no time. But remember, Sarah, it is faith that truly heals." News of Benjamin's miraculous recovery spread quickly through Joppa. People began to flock to Tabitha's home, seeking her help for various ailments and troubles. Tabitha welcomed them all with open arms, her heart full of love and compassion. One evening, as Tabitha was sewing a new cloak, a group of children gathered around her, their eyes wide with wonder. "Tell us a story, Tabitha," one of the children pleaded. Tabitha chuckled and put down her needle. "Very well. I shall tell you the story of how I discovered my gift." The children leaned in closer, their excitement palpable. "It was many years ago," Tabitha began. "When I was about your age, I lived in a small village with my parents. One day a terrible storm swept through our village, destroying many homes and leaving families without shelter." Tabitha's voice grew softer, and the children listened intently. "My mother was very ill, and we had no money for medicine. I was desperate to help her. One night, as I prayed by her bedside, I felt a warmth in my hands and a light surrounded us. When I touched my mother, the sickness left her and she was healed." The children gasped in awe. "From that day on, I knew I had a special gift, a gift from God, and I vowed to use it to help others. One fateful day, a shadow fell over Joppa. A wealthy merchant named Cyrus arrived in town, his heart full of greed and malice. He had heard of Tabitha's miracles and saw an opportunity to exploit her gift for his own gain. Cyrus approached Tabitha's home with a sly smile. "Greetings, Tabitha. I have heard of your remarkable abilities. I am willing to pay handsomely for your services." Tabitha frowned, sensing the darkness in Cyrus's heart. "My gift is not for sale, Cyrus. It is meant to help those in need, not to line the pockets of the greedy." Cyrus's smile turned to a scowl. "You will regret this, Tabitha. I will make sure of it." With that, Cyrus stormed off, leaving a chill in the air. Tabitha knew she had made a powerful enemy, but her faith remained unwavering. Cyrus was not one to be thwarted easily. He devised a plan to discredit Tabitha and turn the people of Joppa against her. He spread rumors that her miracles were mere tricks and that she was a fraud. One night, as Tabitha was tending to a sick child, a commotion erupted outside her home. A mob had gathered, led by Cyrus. "Tabitha, come out," Cyrus shouted. "Face the people and prove your so-called miracles." Tabitha stepped outside, her heart heavy but her resolve strong. "What do you want, Cyrus?" Cyrus sneered. "If you truly have the gift of healing, then heal this man." He pushed a frail, sickly man forward. Tabitha approached the man, her hands glowing with a gentle light. She placed her hands on his shoulders and whispered a prayer. Moments later, the man's color returned, and he stood up, his strength restored. The crowd gasped in amazement, but Cyrus was not satisfied. "This is a trick. She must be stopped." Just then, a voice rang out from the back of the crowd. Enough, it was Sarah, holding Benjamin's hand. "Tabitha saved my brother's life. She is no fraud." The crowd murmured in agreement, and Cyrus's plan began to crumble. In a fit of rage, he lunged at Tabitha, but the people of Joppa stood firm, protecting her. As the tension reached its peak, a brilliant light filled the sky. The crowd fell silent, and a sense of peace washed over them. An angelic figure appeared, radiating warmth and love. "Fear not, for I am a messenger of the Lord," the angel spoke, their voice soothing and melodic. "Tabitha's gift is true, and she is blessed by God to bring hope to the poor and needy." The crowd knelt in awe, and Cyrus was left trembling with fear. The angel turned to Tabitha and smiled. "Continue your good work, Tabitha. Your faith and kindness shall be rewarded." With that, the angel vanished, leaving the people of Joppa filled with renewed faith and gratitude. From that day on, Tabitha's home became a sanctuary for those in need. The people of Joppa worked together to support her mission, bringing food, supplies, and helping hands. Tabitha's miracles continued to bring hope and healing to all who sought her help. She taught the children about the power of faith and kindness, and her story became a beacon of light for generations to come. One evening, as the sun set over Joppa, Tabitha gathered the children around her once more. "Remember, my dear ones," she said, her voice filled with warmth, "it is not just the miracles that matter, but the love and faith behind them. Never lose hope, for God is always with you." And so, the legend of Tabitha and her miracles lived on, a testament to the power of faith, kindness, and the unwavering belief that even in the darkest of times, there is always a light that shines. Months passed, and Joppa thrived under Tabitha's gentle guidance. One quiet afternoon, as Tabitha was tending her garden, a stranger approached. He was a weary traveller, his clothes tattered and his eyes filled with sorrow. "Please." "Kind lady," the traveller said, his voice hoarse, "I have heard of your miracles. My village is suffering from a terrible plague. Can you help us?" Tabitha's heart went out to the traveller. "Of course. Take me to your village, and we will see what can be done." The journey was long and arduous, but Tabitha's faith never wavered. When they arrived, the sight was heartbreaking. The village was in despair, the people weakened by illness and fear. Tabitha wasted no time. She gathered herbs and began to prepare her healing mixtures. As she worked, she prayed, asking for strength and guidance. For days, Tabitha worked tirelessly, treating the sick and comforting the fearful. Slowly but surely, the villagers began to recover. Their spirits lifted, and hope returned to their hearts. One evening, as Tabitha was preparing to rest, a young girl approached her, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you, Tabitha," the girl whispered. "You saved my family. We thought all hope was lost, but you brought us back from the brink." Tabitha smiled, her heart filled with gratitude. "It is not I who healed you, but the grace of God. Always remember that." The village rejoiced, and Tabitha's name was spoken with reverence and gratitude. Her journey back to Joppa was filled with songs of praise and joy. Upon her return, Tabitha was greeted with cheers and warm embraces. The people of Joppa had missed her dearly. Life resumed its joyful rhythm, and Tabitha continued her work, her heart filled with love and purpose. One fateful day, however, Tabitha fell ill. The people of Joppa were beside themselves with worry. They prayed fervently, hoping for a miracle to save the woman who had given them so much. Peter, one of the apostles, heard of Tabitha's illness and travelled to Joppa. When he arrived, he found Tabitha's home filled with people, their faces streaked with tears. "Please, Peter," Sarah begged, "do something. We can't lose her." Peter knelt by Tabitha's bedside, his heart heavy with sorrow. He took her hand and prayed, asking for a miracle. As he prayed, a light filled the room, and Tabitha's eyes fluttered open. She looked around, her eyes filled with love and peace. "I am not afraid," she said softly, "for I know that God's love is with us always." With a final breath, Tabitha passed into the arms of the Lord, leaving behind a legacy of faith, kindness, and miraculous hope. The people of Joppa mourned the loss of their beloved Tabitha, but they also celebrated her life and the countless lives she had touched. They built a small chapel in her honor, a place where her story would be told for generations to come. Sarah, now a young woman, took up Tabitha's mantle, using the knowledge and faith she had learned to continue helping those in need. She taught the children about Tabitha's miracles and the power of faith, ensuring that her legacy would never be forgotten. And so, the story of Tabitha, the woman with the miraculous gift, lived on. A testament to the power of love, faith, and the unwavering belief that even in the darkest times there is always hope. If you enjoyed the video, please give it a thumbs up. Subscribe to our channel and hit the notification bell so you never miss an adventure. Leave a comment below with your favorite moment from the story.
Once upon a time, in the sun-soaked land of Canaan, there lived a man named Isaac and his wife, Rebekah. They were a blessed couple, loved by God and known throughout the land for their kindness and faith. But there was one thing missing in their lives: they had no children. Isaac prayed to God, asking for a miracle, and God, in his infinite wisdom, granted their wish in a most extraordinary way. One bright morning, Rebekah felt something unusual within her. Not just one, but two babies were growing inside her. But as the days passed, she noticed something even stranger. The babies seemed to be wrestling each other inside her belly. Concerned and curious, Rebekah prayed to God, and he answered her in a mysterious way. "The two children you carry will become two great nations," God said. "But they will always struggle against each other. One will be stronger, but the older will serve the younger." Rebekah was astonished by this message. What could it mean? She kept these words in her heart, knowing that something extraordinary was about to unfold. When the time came for the babies to be born, the first one emerged with a thick head of red hair, and they named him Esau. But right behind him, grasping Esau's heel as if he didn't want to be left behind, was his brother Jacob. From the moment they entered the world, the two brothers were as different as night and day. Esau grew up to be a strong, burly hunter. He loved the outdoors, with his wild hair blowing in the wind as he chased after deer and rabbits in the forest. He was his father Isaac's favorite, for Isaac loved the tasty game that Esau brought home. Jacob, on the other hand, was more quiet and thoughtful. He preferred staying close to the tents, helping his mother Rebekah with the chores. He had a gentle spirit and a sharp mind, always thinking, always planning. Rebekah adored Jacob, and she never forgot the words God had spoken to her. But beneath the surface, the tension between the brothers grew, like a slow-burning fire waiting to blaze. One day, as the sun blazed high in the sky and the earth shimmered with heat, Esau returned from a long hunt. He was exhausted, his clothes covered in dust, and his stomach growled like a wild beast. He hadn't caught anything that day, and the hunger gnawed at him, making him feel weak and desperate. As Esau stumbled back to the tents, a delicious aroma wafted through the air. His nose twitched, and he followed the scent like a moth to a flame. There, sitting calmly by the fire, was Jacob, stirring a pot of stew. The stew bubbled with rich, red lentils, its savory smell wrapping around Esau like a warm blanket. "Jacob!" Esau called out, his voice raspy with hunger. "Give me some of that red stew. I'm starving to death." Jacob looked up, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He saw the desperation in Esau's eyes and knew this was the moment he had been waiting for. But instead of giving the stew to his brother, he made a bold request. "I'll give you some stew," Jacob said slowly, "but you must sell me your birthright in exchange." Esau blinked, too hungry to think clearly. The birthright was his inheritance as the firstborn son, a treasure of wealth and blessings that would be his when their father Isaac passed away. But at that moment, all Esau could think about was filling his empty stomach. "What good is a birthright if I'm going to die of hunger?" Esau grumbled. "Fine. You can have my birthright. Just give me the stew." Jacob's eyes gleamed as Esau swore an oath, giving away his birthright for a mere bowl of stew. Jacob handed over the stew with a satisfied smile, while Esau devoured it greedily, oblivious to the gravity of what he had just done. As the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness fell, the two brothers went to bed, each dreaming of a different future. Jacob of the blessings he would one day claim, and Esau, blissfully unaware of what he had lost. But this was just the beginning of a much bigger adventure, one that would change their lives forever. Years passed, and Isaac grew old and frail. His eyes, once sharp and clear, had dimmed with age until he could no longer see. Knowing his time on earth was short, Isaac called Esau to his side. "My son," Isaac said in a trembling voice, "I am old and do not know the day of my death. Take your bow and arrows and go out to the fields to hunt some wild game for me. Prepare the kind of tasty food I love and bring it to me so that I may give you my blessing before I die." Esau's heart swelled with pride. The blessing of the firstborn was a sacred gift, one that would grant him the favor of God and his father's wealth. He eagerly grabbed his bow and arrows and set off into the wilderness. But Rebekah, who had overheard the conversation, knew that the time had come for Jacob to claim the blessing. She quickly devised a plan, calling Jacob to her side. "Jacob, listen carefully," Rebekah whispered. "Your father is about to give Esau his blessing. But you must receive it instead. Go to the flock and bring me 2 young goats. I will prepare a tasty meal just the way your father likes it. Then you will take it to him and pretend to be Esau so that he will bless you instead." Jacob hesitated, his heart pounding. "But mother, Esau is hairy, and I have smooth skin. What if father touches me and realizes I'm tricking him? He will curse me instead of blessing me." Rebekah smiled reassuringly. "Let the curse fall on me, my son. Just do as I say." Jacob nodded, trusting his mother. He quickly fetched the goats, and Rebekah prepared the meal with the skill of a master chef. She then took Esau's best clothes and dressed Jacob in them. To complete the disguise, she covered Jacob's hands and neck with the skins of the goats, so he would feel as hairy as his brother. With the meal in his hands and the disguise complete, Jacob approached his father's tent, his heart pounding with every step. This was the moment that would change everything, but would the plan work, or would it end in disaster? As Jacob entered the tent, the dim light flickered, casting long shadows on the walls. Isaac lay on his bed, his frail body barely moving, his eyes staring blankly into the darkness. "Father," Jacob called softly, trying to mimic Esau's gruff voice. Isaac turned his head slightly, listening. "Yes, my son." "Who is it?" "It is I, Esau, your firstborn," Jacob replied, his voice shaking slightly. "I have done as you asked. Please sit up and eat some of my game so that you may give me your blessing." Isaac hesitated, his senses tingling with doubt. "How did you find it so quickly, my son?" Jacob swallowed hard, his mind racing. "The Lord your God gave me success," he lied, hoping his father would believe him. Isaac frowned, the doubt still gnawing at him. "Come closer so I can touch you, my son, to know whether you are really Esau or not." Jacob's heart skipped a beat as he stepped closer. Isaac reached out with trembling hands and touched Jacob's hands and neck. The goat's skins felt rough and hairy, just like Esau's skin. "The voice is the voice of Jacob, but the hands are the hands of Esau," Isaac murmured, still unsure. But the feel of the hairy skin convinced him, and he asked Jacob to bring him the food. Jacob watched nervously as Isaac ate, every bite bringing them closer to the moment of truth. Finally, Isaac finished the meal and beckoned Jacob closer. "Come here, my son, and kiss me," Isaac said. Jacob leaned in, and as he did, Isaac caught the scent of Esau's clothes. The smell of the fields and the wilderness reassured him, and with a deep breath, Isaac began to bestow the blessing. "Ah, the smell of my son is like the smell of a field that the Lord has blessed. May God give you heaven's dew and earth's richness, an abundance of grain and new wine. May nations serve you and peoples bow down to you. Be Lord over your brothers, and may the sons of your mother bow down to you. May those who curse you be cursed and those who bless you be blessed." As Isaac finished speaking, Jacob's heart raced with triumph and guilt. The blessing was his, just as he and his mother had planned. But what would happen when Esau returned? The tension was unbearable, but there was no turning back now. No sooner had Jacob left his father's tent than Esau returned from his hunt, a spring in his step and a smile on his face. He had caught a fine deer and was eager to receive his father's blessing. Esau quickly prepared the meal, his mouth watering at the thought of the blessing. He carried it to his father's tent, calling out cheerfully, "Father, sit up and eat some of my game so that you may give me your blessing." Isaac froze, his heart sinking. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice trembling. Esau's smile faded, confusion clouding his face. "I am your son, Esau, your firstborn." Isaac's eyes widened in shock and realization. He began to tremble violently. "Then who was it that hunted game and brought it to me? I ate it just before you came, and I blessed him, and indeed, he will be blessed." Esau's face contorted with rage and despair as the truth dawned on him. His brother Jacob had deceived their father and stolen the blessing that was rightfully his. With a cry of anguish, Esau fell to his knees, clutching his father's hand. "Bless me too, my father." Esau pleaded, tears streaming down his face. But Isaac shook his head, sorrow filling his heart. "Your brother came deceitfully and took your blessing. I have made him lord over you and have given him all his relatives as servants. I have sustained him with grain and new wine. What can I possibly do for you, my son?" Esau's heart shattered into pieces. "Do you have only one blessing, my father?" "Bless me too, my father," he sobbed. Isaac's heart ached for his eldest son. He reached out and placed a trembling hand on Esau's head, offering him a lesser blessing. "Your dwelling will be away from the earth's richness, away from the dew of heaven above. You will live by the sword and you will serve your brother. But when you grow restless, you will throw his yoke from off your neck." Esau's tears dried, replaced by a burning hatred. He vowed to himself that he would kill Jacob as soon as their father died. The fire of vengeance ignited in his heart, and nothing could quench it. But Rebekah, ever watchful, sensed the danger. She quickly sent for Jacob, warning him of Esau's fury. "My son," she urged, "you must flee to my brother Laban in Haran. Stay with him until your brother's anger subsides. When it is safe, I will send word for you to return. Go quickly, before it's too late." Jacob nodded, his heart heavy with the weight of what he had done. He packed his belongings and left under the cover of night, fleeing from his brother's wrath. But as he journeyed into the unknown, he could not shake the feeling that his story was far from over. Years passed, and Jacob lived in Haran, working for his uncle Laban. During that time, he married, had children, and became wealthy. But no matter how much time passed, Jacob could never forget his brother Esau. The guilt and fear gnawed at him, and he knew that one day, he would have to return and face his brother. Finally, the day came when God told Jacob to return to the land of his fathers. With his family and all his possessions, Jacob set out on the journey back to Canaan. But as they drew closer to home, the old fear returned. What if Esau still wanted to kill him? What if the anger in Esau's heart had only grown stronger over the years? Jacob sent messengers ahead to Esau with gifts of flocks and herds, hoping to soften his brother's heart. But the messengers returned with alarming news. Esau was coming to meet Jacob with 400 men. Terrified, Jacob prayed to God, pleading for protection. He then divided his family and flocks into two groups, thinking that if Esau attacked one group, the other might escape. That night, as Jacob lay alone by the river, a mysterious figure appeared and wrestled with him until dawn. Jacob fought with all his strength, but the man was no ordinary man. He was an angel, a messenger of God. As the first light of morning broke, the angel touched Jacob's hip, dislocating it. But Jacob, despite the pain, refused to let go. "I will not let you go unless you bless me," he cried. The angel looked at Jacob with a smile. "Your name will no longer be Jacob, but Israel, because you have struggled with God and with humans and have overcome." And with that, the angel blessed Jacob and disappeared. Jacob knew that he had encountered God, and though he limped from his injury, he felt stronger and more determined than ever. The next day, Jacob saw Esau approaching in the distance. His heart pounded, but he walked forward bravely, bowing low to the ground as a sign of respect. To Jacob's astonishment, Esau ran to him, threw his arms around him, and wept. All the years of anger and bitterness melted away in that moment of brotherly love. Esau had forgiven Jacob, and the two brothers were reunited. Jacob marveled at the power of God's grace and the strength of forgiveness. He knew that his journey had been long and filled with challenges, but in the end, God had brought him back to his family, just as he had promised. And so, the story of Esau and Jacob, once filled with rivalry and deceit, ended with reconciliation and peace. The two brothers, though different in many ways, learned that love and forgiveness are stronger than any birthright or blessing. And the land of Canaan, blessed by God, became the home of their descendants, a home where the promise of God's covenant would continue for generations to come. As the sun set on the land of Canaan, casting a golden glow over the hills and valleys, the story of Esau and Jacob was passed down from generation to generation. It became a tale not just of two brothers, but of the power of choices, the consequences of actions, and the importance of faith in God's plan. Children would gather around the fire, listening with wide eyes as their elders told the story, learning the lessons that had shaped their ancestors. They learned that greed and deception could lead to pain and separation, but that forgiveness and love could heal even the deepest wounds. They learned that God's plans were greater than their own, and that trusting in Him could lead to blessings beyond their wildest dreams. And so, the story of Esau and Jacob lived on, a colorful, vibrant, and whimsical adventure that captured the hearts of all who heard it, a story that would continue to inspire and teach for generations to come.